I'm just really happy that the recording starts with you saying, "Well, I hope they know the rules."
Good luck!
Scott wants you to go over it for the top for the recording. Blizz.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Racist burn.
Yeah.
Anyway, he wants you to go over the fuel again for the recording. Like that whole spiel.
Mhm.
Um. Oh, I thought you cut out. Sorry. Go ahead.
Bird, Market Garden lasted like 8 days. One day in scale of this to be a month, I mean, unless you're planning on the entire campaign to be resolved in the first turn, that scale doesn't work, Bird. Oh, you're saying in real life time, how long would it take us to get through one day in real life playing this? Okay.
1 day, yeah.
I thought you were trying to say that, like, in the abstract, a day in this was equivalent to like a month in real life in World War II, and then I'm like, that time scale doesn't work at all. But I was just completely, I wasn't tracking. I got you now.
So my question as an admin, and I don't know if we've ever gone over this before, is say you had uh, these guys in Velmolin, and you had dropped some paras in Grave, and they had cleared a path through Grave. Can they move all the way up to Nijmegen in 1 day? Okay. All right.
But it has to be controlled by your team, right? Or can you skip?
There
Let's
has
say
to be a
Grave.
route.
Oh, there has to be a route.
There has to be a route, and you have to hope that the Germans don't have a holding in Grave, for example, that they can counterattack and slow you down and through
Gotcha.
in that instance. Because they could try to do a counterattack, just like a probing counterattack, just to delay you.
Got it.
Yep. So securing routes and securing maps is going to be really important to 30 core.
2-lane dirt roads to try to fit 30 core on. Did you ever look at the routes that they were trying to take? They're like 2-lane dirt roads.
Oh, yeah, yeah. If it's not a zone, they can't sit in there. Yeah, they could just hold that for, yeah. Hootsbasher?
Oh, I did have a. So just to clarify, we can mix and match. However, we can divide the splitting up divisions, right? Right. I was more asking we don't have to. It's not like a binary choice. We can split one division up and leave another one completely whole. Stuff like that.
Might be a little better.
Okay, I don't know if I missed it, but Herdo, that's a German area that they can move up from, correct? So no matter what, they can, if they have divisions deployed there, they can attack Vagel throughout the whole campaign. Okay. All right.
Is there any way
alright,
that we?
so-
Sorry, go ahead, Thornton.
No. I was just gonna say that we would definitely need to defend those two areas in that point. In that case, D and A and Vagel would be extremely important in that case if they have anything there.
Is there any way for us to get reconnaissance in those areas, or are those completely unknown to us throughout the campaign?
Ooh, yeah.
Okay. I think maybe in a future version of this, maybe give us little counters similar to the oil and munitions for us to be able to try to keep track of Axis elements on the map. Obviously, we wouldn't know what unit they're a part of, but maybe give us some like little infantry or little armor tokens or something so that we can kind of track. Okay, we saw armor here. We need to keep track of that for the future. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
No, in Sector H in Vegel, I think is what he's saying. Or are you saying in Hertigenbosch? Oh, okay. Herden Place. All right. So yeah.
If
If I was the Germans, I would leave something there just to always have a threat of it to tie down resources.
that's so what happened historically was there was this main thrust with 30 core, but there were other cores that launched with them on the flanks of 30 core that were moving to secure places like Hertingebusch and the Reichswald, etc. So those places were like throughout the campaign until those forces reached those areas, they were like constantly fucking with the supply line of the Allies. So yeah, that's like a realistic thing. It wouldn't be gamey for them to just sit somebody in Hertingebusch or in Reichswald or in Wiedendahl and then hit later on down the line, because that totally happened. It was more of an issue rather than deliberate planning. It was more of an issue of, it would take like 3 days for one of the units to actually uh, assemble and get the cohesion necessary to actually mount anything.
Yeah, Hurto is a big, high risk, high reward kind of situation, I think, for them.
There were also a little armored division that came through and blew up a big convoy as well. And then we're lucky that this doesn't go as far as Son, because you guys would probably add the staging area east of Son, which would give us Panzer Brigade number that I can't remember, which would mean that we would just get Panthers hitting us at Son as well. So we'd have to keep that open. Yeah. Not great. Yeah. So there's an option to fuel use one fuel to pair drop 2 munitions. Will you be adding a 2 fuel to pair drop 1 fuel just so that we could potentially resupply paras that are cut off? I feel like that's abusable though, because why not spend all of our fuel creating 2 fuel and then all of that fuel to create more fuel?
Still.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. No, it doesn't. What's the restriction? What's the restriction on using the pair drop mechanic? Like, theoretically, could I spend 10 fuel to pair drop 20 fuel? Or is it like, no, there's like a limit, like you can only pair drop so much fuel per turn or whatever? Okay. All right.
There wouldn't be much of a reason to pair drop that much fuel to
Yeah,
paratroopers, though, because
theoretically, like,
they probably won't be moving too much. They'll probably just be capturing their first initial objectives and then defending them most of the time. At least that's how I would think it would go.
Yeah, but if they're the reason why I brought it up is because Byrne mentioned, like 2 fuel doesn't accomplish too much, and it's like, okay, well, is there a limit? Because then we could pair drop 4 fuel, which would allow us to move somewhere and attack somewhere.
Right.
Or do we pair drop 6 if we're like we gotta, get them the hell out of dodge? They gotta like fall back so we don't lose the whole thing. Or and then it was just a question of like, well, is there a limit to just explore that
Right.
hypothetically? Sure.
Sound good?
Okay, Dad.
Okay.
Understood. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, the first things first is in Burn, we're figuring out day one, right?
Yep.
Perfect. So I think the first thing we need to figure out is strong points and which maps have the most leverage. So right off the bat, I like the idea of Grave for a couple of reasons, especially for a para operation. It's right in the middle of the map. So potentially, if we drop a couple regiments in Grave the first day and we get it for free, that's great. If we don't, at least we're starting the route for 30 Corps, because on that first day as well, I believe 30 Corps will be attacking Vegel. So we'll get a better idea of kind of what 30 Corps is up against in Grave. Now, we still have other para divisions to drop further north if we wanted to as well. But just off the top of my head, my thoughts, I think Grave would be a good starting point. Any other suggestions?
I have a suggestion. Oh, great, Captain.
Go for it.
I was thinking putting the Polish in Grove, have
Ooh.
a whole division in Nijmegen, and then the 101st and the Brits take Dorworth and Oosterbeek. Those are the 4 places I would personally put the Paras.
Okay, that I think that's great. Any other suggestions? So, Burn, realistically, we're on that first day, let me just make sure I understand this. So, we're figuring out what most of these units or whatever units we want to activate on that first day are doing. So potentially we could have a division in Grave, a division in Drell, just as an example, and 30 Corps pushing the Vegel all on the first day, right? Understood. Okay. And then what's determined? How do we determine which battle we do in what order? Okay. Hmm. Okay. Crescent, any suggestions?
I think the strongest thing that we can do it's kind of the same strategy that Burn was using, except instead of putting a division in Driel, I would put a division in Dorworth. And the only reason why is because preventing the enemy from fielding. I'm going to make an assumption based on historical accuracy and also how that the campaign would be set up, is that they will have garrison units at these places. Probably not all of them, but the majority of their forces are going to be split between Vinendal, Reichswald, and Hertingbosch. And if we formed some kind of defensive line at each of those areas, Vegel, Nijmegen, Dorworth, and Oosterbeek, we would prevent them from being able to really have control over the situation, because we would be completely stalling out their forces. The downside of that is that we would have Oosterbeek, Dorworth, and Nijmegen, while they would be stalling the enemy, they would also be more cut off, and it would take longer for 30 Corps to get to them because we haven't cleared the other areas with paras. But that is probably the strategy that I would pursue, is just to try to prevent them from mobilizing.
Right. And we might miss out on some free sectors as well, because I agree with you. If I were them, I would focus on these strong points, right? Especially having garrison units in areas that they can supply, right? To make sure they can keep supplying troops to there. But yeah, on the flip side, we might be losing out on day one some free sectors. I'm not saying that's more important, but I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Okay.
Yeah, he said you could drop south of Driel and Arnhem. Combined with the Nijmegen drop, you could cut off their supply lines and funnel the German army from the north across 2 bridges.
Okay.
So instead of the Oosterbeek Dorworth, it's Driel and Arnhem. So you have that triangle with Nijmegen.
Mm-hmm.
And then attached to that, you could throw in the Polish at Grave. So it's a nice little.
That would also have the benefit of all of the paratroopers would be in contact with each other. No one would be split up. So there is a definite benefit to that strategy.
Okay. We all agree 30 Corps attacking Vegel day one, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, without the assistance.
Well, I mean, they could sneak around and hit Reichswald from the south, over the river.
Is that allowed, Burn? No. Nice. So, that would take a while to move them, though. Holy shit.
Yep. I mean, I guess you could just waste the first day if you really wanted to.
And should we do nothing the first day?
Yeah, just do nothing the first day.
The enemy would not suspect it. They would be very confused.
Yeah, they'd be like, why are they shortening their time window for success by 1
Well,
million.
they actually wouldn't know at all because they didn't know we were attacking in the first place, right?
Yeah. The real way to
Immersion.
do this is all of the Axis units. We just get them into a Discord call one day and be like, "Hey, so we're attacking. So we'll have a match this Saturday."
It's like bringing your white glove out and slapping them on the cheek.
There you go.
Now
Okay.
the question is what time of day for each place?
Okay, so so far I
This
think.
is
Go ahead.
actually a quick question because this will matter. Burn, do you have dynamic C-47s going so that like no matter like I if I recall correctly, you said yes. So if we pick like a zone as our drop zone, we're dynamically spawning the C-47s for them to hop out of. So like that's where people spawn.
Did you?
Yeah, do you
That
not
was a
see
big
the
achievement
zones?
for us.
It's a lot of different mods. It's hard to keep track
Did
of
you-
all of the very cool shit everyone's doing. Okay.
Did you guys see what Scott said about the pair dropping on the south side of both the drills or the bridges at Drill and Arnhem?
Oh, I tried to load that video yesterday, Burn, and then I was in the middle of something and my internet shit. You know that. So could you just I don't have to load that for like the next 7 minutes to get my answer. Is that a yes or a no?
I think that's an interesting. I think that's a very interesting strategy, Scott, with funneling them across the bridges. Anything that
Yeah,
comes
we
from
just
the
need
north.
to get the Churchills and some gliders, and we'll be good to go.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
what we were talking about. One with Scott's strategy, having that sort of triangle at Drill, Arnhem, Nijmegen, and then having the Polish at Grov. So it's that corridor right there that the pairs can hold until 30 Corps comes storming through, and then we can all push to Dorworth and Oosterbeek.
The only issue is with that strategy is that then you have to fight away across one of the bridges to finish the campaign.
Right.
So you would be banking on a last
We still
match
got a
to
pair
be trying to
division
cross
left,
one of those
right?
bridges. Well,
Yeah.
unless you have a secured northern
No,
sector,
we have
you'd have to
3
secure
para
one.
divisions and then a para brigade.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, we're using 2 pair divisions on Drell and Arnhem, right? And they're moving into Nijmegen, correct? Or were you suggesting placing them in Nijmegen?
It was 3 divisions. If I'm understanding the combination of plans correctly, it's 1 division at Drill, 1 division at Arnhem, another division at Nijmegen, and then the brigade at Grov.
Okay.
And then the division at Drill holds from enemies reinforcing from Dorworth. The division at Arnhem reinforces from coming from Dorworth and Oosterbeek, and then Nijmegen defends from them coming from Reichswald. So that still cuts off Reichswald and Veenendahl. It's just that we cede Oosterbeek and Dorworth, which have no real strategic value. They were only used in real life because they were open fields for landing shit.
So that's a big deal, though, not having a force on the north side.
Well, Isn't
Yes.
Arnhem
Sorry,
half
and I
the,
meant north
isn't
side.
half the map on the north side?
Yeah.
So dropping 1 in Arnhem would have something in the north side.
Okay.
It would
I mean,
just be
you
a
could
very
you
You
could drop on the south side and just get A if you wanted, but you can also drop on the north side and get B and E or whatever you
Mhm.
wanted to get.
So if we have the north side of Arnhem, we can move into Oosterbeek, correct? On the north side of the canal? Nice. Okay. That's good. I like that because we all saw how the bridge went with an entire division, and I really don't want to be in that position again. I mean, they might even get eliminated on the north side of Arnhem as well, but at least the attempt was there, right? Okay, so
the reason why I brought up the dynamic C-47s is just because going back to the time of day question, dropping out of planes during the day depending on where the enemy is, could go very, very poorly because you just get shot out of the air. So a night drop might be better, just to try to guarantee that more people actually land. The problem with that is this is going to be in PSRM, which means that once you're on the ground, you have no fucking idea where any of your buddies are.
Hey, I got a question, Bern. With the dynamic C-47s now, do they have to keep spawning the paradrops? Like, let's say it's an assault spawn, right? Are the paradrops initially like just the first initial spawn, and then we use MSPs after that, or is it they keep spawning and they keep using the dynamic C-47s? And if that is the right answer, then are they able to change their drop zones within a reasonable amount of meters? Okay. Okay.
Very sexy.
Pog.
Okay. Right. Got it. So, with all that in mind, Crescent, that it might not, it would obviously be a terrible situation, but we're able to switch drop zones if that happened, right? So, I wouldn't completely rule out doing a pair drop during the day, but again, I wouldn't lean on it either.
Yeah, I mean, for cohesion, I think doing it during the day would be best. I was just worried about, people getting sniped out of the sky, because that happens pretty frequently on pub matches.
Right. Vice versa, you might be able to see enemy positions while dropping too, which might be nice.
True.
I
Okay. Yeah.
I
Okay.
do have a question with dropping a whole division with the paradrops. So let's say we drop in the 82nd, and so is that with the way the gliders work? The gliders start with at the MSP. Is that 4 paradrops in the MSP, or are the gliders included with the paradrops? They just get the MSP whenever it starts. They unlock the MSPs.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh,
buddy.
Don't fucking tease me
Yeah,
with that
buddy.
shit, Burn.
someone stuck it in chapter 1.
I will not say no to 2 gliders.
Burn, I think you just gave Kirch some Cialis.
Yeah, definitely. The extra glider is just my booze glider.
The gliders are quiet too, right?
Crescent?
No, I'm like it. Sorry, I was asking
Oh.
if the gliders are quiet because they should. Yes.
No, we put engines on them.
Yeah.
just saying.
They're only loud when they
Mandatory air
fucking
horn.
crash.
Yep.
Lean out and blast an air horn.
Dun, 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 dun. All right.
Alright, gotcha. Very cool, Burn. Thank you.
Okay. So back to the plan here. So while we were talking, I was thinking maybe we should consider not dropping an entire division, or at least all 3 of our entire divisions. It would be probably beneficial to hold at least half of a division in reserve, so we still have the option of another paradrop.
I agree.
So with that being said, what is just the knowledge we have? What is the area we're most confident in holding and taking at this point? Because that would be the one I would elect to drop half of a division instead of a full division. At this point, and I'm just going off of what I see, it may be Arnhem. So, how do we feel about that?
Well, what division would we be dropping in Arnhem?
Well,
There's a lot of urban combat if you land in the north side, so you'd want
Okay.
US to do it.
Okay, good. Great point. So, and I would elect to land on the north if we're pretty confident with it. But let's
And-
say 82nd, and we would hold the 101st half in reserve.
I think that's a good choice because with the 82nd, you get the 505th and 193rd, and there's a bunch of apes attacking the Arnhem west side.
Literally all I know is ghetto street fighting.
Okay. Okay. So far we can move some pieces over there, right?
Yeah, first piece movement.
Go for it. Go for
I'm
it.
taking the glider. Meow.
You didn't need to make a sound. It doesn't make a sound. That's the whole point.
Oh, well, the C-47 is still tugging it, so it did make a sound.
No. Ooh, tugging.
Tug jobs.
We can't lose the HQ, so we might as well also drop the HQ with them.
I was just gonna say that. Let's just throw the HQ in there, just in case we need to move them. Okay. Now we also have to choose attachments, correct, Burn?
Yep.
Up to 3 currently. Okay, and up to 4, and
Yeah.
we don't have to attach all of them, correct? Or we do? Okay, but what I'm saying is if we're only throwing half of the 82nd on there, we don't have to choose.
Yeah, you don't have to have all of them deployed in the first. They can be deployed. They can be attached. Yeah, they can be attached to the reinforcements.
Okay, good.
Are there rules, and sorry if I skipped over it, are there rules for losing any of the attachments? Okay, so then there's no reason.
I guess
Well, that's important, Burn. If we lose the regiment that it's attached to, for example, if we have the AT gun for 82nd attached to, this glider infantry up here, we lose the glider infantry, we lose the AT gun for the entire 82nd.
So if you feel like you're about to lose a regiment, you can swap the attachments if they're in the if the regiments are, with each other, if they're not cut off from each other, you can did we say you could use ammunition to swap them or one fuel? Okay. Okay, so you guys are kind of irking me with how you're putting these things down.
Why? What's going on?
It's so disorderly. I don't know what's connected to what.
Okay, so HQ gets
And you don't have to have it like on the north side. You could just put it in the map of Arnhem.
I
So
mean, it's just easy.
this is
for
just
us
the
to
overview
understand.
map. Well, no, because then you can come over to the individual map over
Let's do
here
that. Let's pull them over
and
there.
put them where you want. But we can make copies of them too. So you can have them on the overview, and then we can make copies of the pieces and then bring them over there.
Let's do that.
So, but get your attachments all lined up in order, and Burn, you can attach them because I fail at that. So
there. You go. I got it.
yeah, please don't attach anything to the HQ
Wow.
Look
Don't trust HQ, huh?
because HQ is basically an attachment. It's just in the area.
Oh, that's okay. So, do we want these three, or do we want? We said
Well,
we
I
wanted
would-
HQ.
We have
I would
to have
argue. I would argue on the very first drop, we don't give them attachments, except maybe Artie.
Why do you say that? I'm curious.
Because if we completely lose our ass, I don't want to lose the logistics or the AT guns. So the very first drop, it would be unlikely that they have anything other than infantry. It's not impossible, but I think it would be a little unlikely. And so on subsequent days, 100% we need anti-tank weapons. But like the very next turn after the para drop, we would be adding the AT guns. I just don't want to lose the AT guns on the drop or the logistics.
Oh, so Burn that, and maybe that's what you were asking before, Crescent. So let's say they drop, they secure some sectors. The next turn, we can just drop in attachments, correct?
No, the
Okay, so we would have to drop in a regiment that had them attached.
Yes.
Okay.
So that is my worry: is we drop them in, they fight off the infantry, then the tanks roll in. Then how do they defend themselves, right?
Yeah, well, it was provided on us being able to drop them in after that. So
Okay, then
we could, and it's kind of up to you on how you want to play this. What we could do is we could have. I know you're trying to keep half of them in reserve, but we could attach logistics and the anti-tank guns to one of the regiments, and then drop in the third regiment after turn one. And so that way, whenever they would get attacked by stuff that we would have to worry about, they would then have AT guns.
if that was the case, then we might as well have just dropped them all there to begin with, because the whole point of having the half division in reserves is to put them anywhere, right? Instead of reinforcing Arnhem. We'd basically be anticipating that Arnhem, they would need them anyways.
I mean, I would say we're going to want AT guns at Drill and Arnhem just to hold the bridges from enemy armor.
Okay.
Like,
So that,
at some point, we'll want that, because just trying to hold that with infantry-based AT, I think we'll lose those bridges.
Yeah, can we say that out loud, Burn? What you just said to Scott in there, that the whole day one is going to be that first weekend.
Right.
So day two is going to start 2 weeks after that. So,
he did say that earlier
Oh, he did.
in the
Okay.
meeting today. Yep. Okay, so in that case, let's put the AT gun back up with them, and let's see here. So far we'd have 2 attachments: the Commandy Arty, and then the AT gun attachment as well, or the AA gun battalion. So Burn, do we have to assign more, or can we leave it at that for attachments?
And also,
Gotcha. Okay. Understood. Okay. So then the leading division, what do you think, gliders?
well, I'm also the HQ
Or
just
leading
at,
I'm sorry.
it also works as an attachment too, right?
You don't. What I was. Yeah. What
Okay.
I was saying with that is that you're dropping the HQ in the map. It's attached to every regiment in the division there. So you know what I mean? They get the bonus of
One more
the division
MSP
HQ being there. Yeah.
and
It's not attached to
munitions.
one single regiment. It's just it's there. It's in the map. You have it.
Okay. Um yeah, gliders, do you want to take the charge on Arnhem?
Yes.
Fuck yeah. All right, so then we'll do both attachments to the gliders then. And they'll be the primary.
Also, 505th isn't here to disagree, so
Perfect. Okay, Arnhem set. We got half the other division in reserves. Now we have to choose a division for drill. That's probably.
If we're
Let's
if we're
talk about
landing,
drill. Yeah,
if
yeah,
we're
go ahead.
landing at Nijmegen at all, then that's also a lot of urban combat. That would also be the 101st,
Okay.
which means that drill is ideal for putting first para.
Okay. So
Or-
I think you're absolutely right. Again, like somebody had mentioned earlier, lots of open field bolt actions.
Mhm.
That might be one of the only spots that they would excel in, because the alternative is more urban combat. So let's put the first over there. Bruh.
marksman, stinky.
So we can just grab this entire division here. Let's see here.
You'll also have to choose what map to put your airborne army HQ on as well.
Understood.
Because that gives you some bonuses too.
So can they
Yeah,
they
I
can
have no
drop
bonus.
wherever they want, right? That HQ.
Yeah, they can put it. Yeah, you can. Yeah, as long as it's with the airborne troops. As long
Okay.
as it's not, you're not. I mean, I guess you could have it go along with 30 Corps, but I don't see the benefit of doing that at all. No. Yep.
Okay, another question for the room here. What is one of the points we figure is going to be the absolute hardest to take, and we need to throw the most gumption at? You think that's Drell, or do you think that would be Nijmegen?
Nijmegen's an unknown.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we should plan for harder than lighter, then, huh?
Grave Bridge is really annoying to take, just like the Arnhem Bridge is really annoying to take, just like the Drill Bridge is really annoying to take. If Nijmegen Bridge is to scale, then we're dealing with something that's worse than all of them. If we want to take that,
Understood. Okay.
and you might think, oh well, like 300 meters, that's about what it is for like Arnhem, but that's about what it is like you got to get like the running like up ramp into Arnhem onto the bridge, and then like there's a fucking ramp all the way into the city for the Arnhem Bridge. The Nijmegen Bridge, I worry, is also going to have like it's 300 meters across, but the bridge is going to be like 5 to like 600 meters worth of bridge that you have to cover. Oh God!
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. So putting the entire 101st might be a good idea there.
So we can put down that the campaign hinges on the OSS not messing up.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. That is a big responsibility, but you are correct because that might be where the campaign is made or broke.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Well,
No.
it wasn't so much that they got held up at Nijmegen too long. They fucking sat on their asses too long. Is really what it boiled down to, honestly. Yeah, for
They
What?
they were too
Seriously?
preoccupied. The commander of it was 82nd there.
yeah.
He was more worried about the Reichswald than the bridge.
Yeah, they set up in the Grosbeek Heights, which are all like right
Yep.
here, and they were also setting up the first Allied Airborne Army HQ here, and they were really concerned about all of these units coming in from the Reichswald and like really ruining everybody's day, and they
Yeah.
need to defend that. And then it was like a couple hundred Luftwaffe like trainees that hit them like after a couple days, and then nothing.
Yeah, and they bombarded it with artillery too. Like they thought
Sitting on their
Just
asses
bombarding
like
it.
The
OSS
Germans were
me.
just like
Basically
hiding in the
nothing with
woods, getting
artillery.
ready. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between the 1st Allied Airborne Army HQ and one of the division HQs? What are the buffs for the 1st Allied Army HQ? Yeah, I know they were kind of messed up in real life about that name too, weren't they? Okay.
So with
Hmm.
that, I would say I would put this motherfucker in Nijmegen.
If we did that, we could pull off some of that division. Come on. But here, what if we did this, Burn? What if we split this division up a little bit, right? To where it was one off of assault spawns, and then put our core our core HQ there, and then held like whatever regiments we need to not make it assault spawns without the core HQ. Okay, so it needs to be 10 to be assault spawns, right?
11.
no.
And that's assault. Okay, how much is assault? 11 technically? Into the notebook, you said? Oh, got it.
Burn, is this supposed to be a 2 or a 3 here? Going from. All right.
It's a very sexy 3. Very nice.
And maybe I should just ask is there a way for us to get this to work in Nijmegen to have assault spawns but not use the whole 101st Division? And why? Okay. Okay. And that needs to be 1,200 for assault? Or hold on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 1,000. So 10 respawn waves, right. So we could never make it work with a core HQ to do this, right?
No, we would get assault spawns.
Oh, I thought Burns said we wouldn't be able to get.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Never mind.
Right. And what I was trying to do is, hey, could we hold a regiment in reserve from even the 101st, but also get assault spawns with having the core HQ there? And you're saying I'll be 100 short, 100 respawn.
Technically, you'd only be one.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Why, Burn? What the hell? But
Bureaucrats,
why?
bro.
But we're
Sorry,
getting more
dude.
manpower with the HQ.
Your fear of commitment is not allowing us to have assault spawns. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
So
it is what
does
it
that
is.
mean that committing the entire 1st Airborne in drill means that we have assault spawns, or even though okay, all right.
Mhm.
Got it.
So, with that being said, the only real beneficial places that you have it at the moment is either down in Grave or up in Arnhem.
Mhm.
For the core
Yeah.
HQ? Yeah. Okay. Damn. Well, the question is, we're definitely going to need assault spawns in Nijmegen just because of the unknown factor, right? Now, assault spawns, that's a lot. I mean, if we're respawning that much, it has to be a hell of a fight, right? So, I mean, are we still sold on having an entire division in Drell as well? Because I don't want to commit our paras all on the first day. Like, I know we're already holding some 82nd in reserve, but I mean, unless we're 100% sure we need an entire division, I don't think it's wise, just my opinion, to send the entire division on the first day. So, I mean, if we can, I know we're kind of nickel and diming this here, but if we're able to save some of our 1st Airborne Division, let's do it. But if you guys feel like we're going to need every man in Drell, then I guess we got to consider that as well. I am convinced 101st, we definitely need assault spawns there, but what are you guys' thoughts so far on that?
No, we're saying, and paradrops are by day; they're not by turn. Correct, or am I wrong?
They're by they're by day.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
But you can have them at any
Right.
time of
We could
day.
have one pair drop in the day and then pair drop at the night on the other side, right?
It would have to be the next day. Yeah,
Okay.
you can only initiate one attack on per map,
Okay.
so you can't do a later drop later in the day.
No. But night is technically the next day.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Okay, so we could do one in the afternoon and then the other night of that morning on the next day, right? Okay.
So what about this, Sarge?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's going to give a little bit extra cushion there, huh? Okay. We already got the Polish taken grave, so that's good. I'm feeling, I might regret this, but I am feeling confident to pull at least a regiment off of drill, because that would bring us down to 9 respawn waves, right? Oh, 8 respawn waves. Yeah. That way, if we want it, if that strat works for Arnhem, then we can use that strat. I might here. Hold on. There's our board here.
You could use it on any of the other maps, Drill, Nijmegen,
shit.
or Grave,
Yeah.
if you wanted to.
Because that's not a bad strategy.
And then maybe pull off a couple attachments to be with
Yeah,
that other.
Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it. Okay, so yep, they would obviously. So it would be. So now we would be down to 3 respawn waves, correct? 4. Got it. Okay, let's do it. God, I hope there's not a division in drill. Oh my god.
Do we want the 2 Logi attachments, or do we just want the 1?
Is there a
Well,
benefit
since
to having more than one?
Well, maybe
No.
our plan on Drell is to drop and just maybe not go for the bridge right away, but secure territory, right? And that would make up for the lower manpower, right? And I'm just spitballing here. We obviously don't have to do this, but with that being said, if they had the extra engineers, we might be able to get a foothold and set up some sort of defense before we're ready to attack the bridge.
Yeah, so like drop and secure the whole like south side and
Right.
hold it from the north side attack, because we'll have a north side approach in Arnhem.
Right. So if we did exactly, so if we did that in drill day 1 and day 2, we dropped the rest of them north, either on drill or what? It'd have to be north drill. Yep. And then they can secure the north side. The Germans might. I mean, there will be a battle there. They've got to have garrison units, but I mean that they might not even know we're going to drop people north of the canal the second day, right?
Burn, this might be an issue for how you set up this stuff, because like, let's say that we paradrop on. Let me go look at the actual drill map. Where is it? Oh my god, I'm blind. It's right here. So let's say that we drop on H. No, yeah, I didn't mean on the main map. I meant on the this one. Yeah. So let's say that we drop on H, and we take H, and we take A, and we take F. So the enemy will know, based on that first battle, that we took H, A, and F. So then let's say on the second day, we drop a regiment on C. The enemy, will they know that we're airdropping on C, or will they be expecting us to be attacking from A, H, and F?
They wouldn't know.
Okay, they wouldn't know. So let's say that they have all their dudes set up in B, E, and G, and they're ready to actually counterattack and take territory in A, F, and H. But we're not allowed to have anybody to defend those, because those are not linked up with our current forces. So do we then run into a situation where all of our dudes are spawning on airdrops on C, and all of the Axis dudes are taking all of the territory we took in an earlier battle?
Since it's
We're not.
Right.
We're not though.
so I know what you're saying. So they wouldn't know what you're attacking until the staging phase, because it's a paradrop if you're doing that. So they would plan to attack A, F, and H, or whatever, But then in the staging phase, they would learn, oh, no, there's a pair drop on the other side. So they would know, but they would know way less ahead of time.
Gotcha. Would they know that it would be on?
Was
sea,
that
or would
was
they
that
get-
giving away too much information there, Burn? Okay. Right.
Gotcha. Okay. That because I was just worried that yes, we are not allowed to hit from A, H, and F, but the Axis would be planning on doing it and could technically counterattack and take those territories while we're messing around in C and D. But okay,
No.
with Juan's information,
Yeah.
sure. Kind of. I didn't know that if you're. So let me back up for a second. Any given battle is like playing offensive. There's one attacker and one defender. The defender cannot gain territory, and the attacker can only gain territory, or nothing. Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
it's
That
not like
that helps.
it's not like advanced and secure. It's not like that. It's linear.
Gotcha.
Okay, so continue with that example because I think that was going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
Right, right,
Mm-hmm.
right. Okay.
And just for even more on top of that, you could have even had the pair drop at an earlier time of day than their attack
Yeah.
onto
Fucking-
A, F, and H. So then
Mhm.
they would even have to update their plans for your pair drop before their counterattack. Actually, no, they couldn't because you can't do two. You can't initiate two fights in one day. Sorry, disregard everything I said.
But if we had our pair drop as early in the morning as we could, then it's like the chances of us being first are probably higher, depending on their strat.
Yeah.
We'll break that. Okay. 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 So somebody suggested taking G, E, and B, cutting that map in half on Drell. That's not a bad idea.
There's not a lot of cover in any of those three grids.
Except
is my main concern.
for
with that.
B. I mean, there's not a lot of cover, but it's a strong point. B overlooks the bridge, right? And
True, but the southern two forests here, except for the forest at E,
E
um,
has,
Shitty,
are
right?
like
E
shitty
has a lot
forests.
of trenches. E has a lot of trenches.
E does have a lot of trenches. That's true. G has this area and then nothing, like hedgerows. This is a shitty forest. This is okay. Lots of trenches. This kind of sucks. And then this is like it's good cover, but it's not ideal cover, I would say.
But if we split that map in half, Burn, and they're allowed to have forces in like H and forces in D potentially, right? Or no? So because they're split on their map, what does that mean again?
They can't reinforce each other.
So Mhm. No way.
So So then let me ask this just to make 100% sure I understand how this works. Let's say that they had a bunch of defenders staging in F and a bunch of defenders staging at D, and then we land and take BEG, but those defenders come from one regiment. At the conclusion of that attack, they have to pick which side of that split the regiment is on, right? Because the regiment can't exist on both sides for the purpose of like the little guy moving around. Gotcha. But if they had an MSP in F and an MSP in D because they have the HQ there, but only one regiment, they still have to pick where the regiment is, right? Like on the side. Okay.
And then just depending on which side we attack, the opposite side is the one that's not counted, correct?
Correct.
Damn, that's slick. Yeah, not proposing G, E, and B necessarily, but the idea of splitting a map in half is not a bad strat either. We'll just tuck that one in the back of our heads.
B, E, and F might be better.
B, E, and F? Ooh, okay.
It's a lot less area to defend / take. It's, if the enemy attacks us, we could decently respond, I guess.
Well, so it's not necessarily a lot less area to cover because to capture G, you just have to capture the objective in the sector, which
Like
is
in that little
denoted by the
circle there?
letter G.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah,
So F isn't Vlot, it's the crossroads.
it's the crossroads. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
So where you see the letters on the maps, that's the objective within the zone. The zone is the playable area for attacking that zone or attacking that zone.
Also, Burn, just so we're maximizing our time here. So, are we choosing just where everyone's going and not necessarily what they're doing on each map, or are we doing both of those? Okay. So let's just take it one step at a time and not get ahead of ourselves. Right now, are we happy with the divisions and regiments we have on the overall map? Oh, we do need to move.
You do need to do 30 core.
Yeah, and do we want to do the entire goddamn 30 core into Vagel?
Well, you
as
can't.
We can't.
Oh, you can't.
You can only pick one division at a time.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What of our
you can and on top of that, you can have 30 core HQ attached and attach both of the independent brigades to one.
Scott? You still with us? Yeah, I think.
Is
he
that right, Burn? So he could have the Irene and the 8th Armored attached to any of these that's attached with the HQ. So you're basically adding two. Yeah, to the Guards Armored, but not to the Wessex.
Yeah.
So it would just be these.
Yeah, you can do that.
Let's
You
do
wanna
it.
do that?
Let's do
Okay.
it. I'm gonna have to defer to you guys with armor because I'm not well versed in that. So
I like this initial move. My recommendation would be post this move because we're trying to get 30 core up so we get armor support closer to Nijmegen and Arnhem. Is to leave the 8th and Duchess Irene
aha, smart,
holding down Vagel while these main
smart.
regiments move in.
Now, if those regiments move into Valmollen and they're having problems, we still have two, almost half divisions in reserve to help them out if need be too.
That
So-
would be that would be taking if you did that though with these paratroopers, you'd be putting them really far away from their respective divisions, and
What's the
you'd essentially be
downside?
cutting them off. Well, they'll have a hard time getting extra bonuses. Yeah.
Right, which wouldn't be a big deal because they'd get bonuses from whoever they're
No, they
rolling
wouldn't.
with.
No.
No, they wouldn't. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
The only
What I'm
exception
saying
to
is-
that is the independence, right? Like the independence. The only exception to that kind of rule is that the independents, because they don't have a formal commander, can they still benefit from being attached to divisional and core HQs?
Yep.
Sure.
Oh. What have you done?
Just control B.
I think he just crushed the whole 8th Armor Brigade.
Oh God, no.
Okay, let me get this straight. So let's say, Crescent, who did you suggest moving into Valmollen while the others stay? So just for the
Everything that's 30 core proper and leaving the 8th Independent and the Duchess Irene Brigade in Vagel to hold it.
so all these guys would move up to here.
I'm
Potentially
starting to
speaking.
talk like future turns. I'm just
Okay,
saying,
yeah.
I like this initial move because it allows the setup for that future move.
Yeah, and I'm on the same page there with you. I'm just thinking in the future, with these guys in Valmollen, would we be able to drop these regiments in here to assist? Okay, but they
And
could.
and they wouldn't be. It wouldn't be possible if you went over 4 on the regiments. But it looks
Yeah.
like there's 4.
So that would work, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Now with the bonuses you were talking about, whoa, the fuck? The bonuses you were talking about in this situation, how would that work with the
If
bonuses?
we attacked with these paras, we would not get the bonus respawns and MSPs from their division HQ and their core HQ.
But we wouldn't if we attacked with one of these guys, right? Would these guys assist in that battle?
Oh, I
since
get what
they're
you're
in the
saying.
same-
Yeah,
Yeah.
you would get the reinforcement like
That's what I'm
count
asking you.
to the spear if you spearhead. Yeah, if they're attached, like if there's a supply route between them, basically. So like if their sectors are connected to wherever you drop them at,
Okay.
yes, the reinforcements
So
add on to that.
So I think what's getting at here. So let me ask this real quick. So let's say that we have this exact setup, and let's say that they are connected. If we attack with one of the guys from 101st, we would get all of the manpower of these regiments added together for figuring out respawns. But because we're 101st, we would not include the bonuses from the Division HQ or the Core HQ. But if we selected one of these armor regiments,
hmm
would
would
get
get
those
bonuses.
bonuses.
We would get all these attachments down here, right?
Well, you would get whatever you would get whatever's attached to the spearheading core or
Oh
division.
yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, you wouldn't get all of that. because it would have to be subsequent.
Hypothetical.
Yeah, it would
Hypothetical.
have to be subsequent days.
No, but hypothetical, the answer is yes. Like a hypothetical situation where, let's say it's like day 4, we've been through all of it, we're bogged down with 30 Corps here, we got a couple of 101st Airborne guys here. If we spearheaded with 101st Airborne, we wouldn't get the bonuses from Division and Corps HQ from 30 Corps, but if we used the 30 Corps Regiment, we would.
Yep.
In addition to that, if we use spearheaded with the first, then would we be able to use all of the attachments? Okay,
No.
yeah, that's what I thought. We'd only use the attachments.
The attachments
spearhead.
are the only attachments available to them is whatever you have with them, and like for example, these air landing AT battery cannot link with any 30 Corps
Right.
divisions. They can only go to other paratroop regiments. Exactly. So just like the divisions, these attachments are linked to the HQ, like the Airborne Army, whatever. Yeah.
Next question. Again, let's say we're in the same situation. They're all on the map. It's been the correct amount of days to get them all there. Are we able to add attachments from?
Nope.
Okay, just making sure. Got it. Now, okay, yep. I think I'm done kicking the dead horse on that one. Okay, got it.
So we're back to day 1 planning, because that's what we need to actually accomplish.
Yeah, but I mean, in order to really be thorough, you kind of got to think maybe one step ahead too. That's all I was trying to do.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yes, and that's kind of what I was saying. Like, leave these as the permanent garrison against Hertengabash while we continue moving up the other divisions of 30 Corps up through Vega and Balmoa. Was my suggestion.
This is essentially 4D chess. That's great.
Okay, so I think we're sitting pretty good here so far for day 1. Is there any other concerns before we start committing these guys to their battle plans here? Because this is... Go ahead. Well, I'm sure I just add it to the card. It'll be what it is.
Just put it on my tab. Thank you.
It'll be what it is. Wait, I think the main thing is just making sure where the divisions and regiments are to start. And I think we're really close to that.
I'm a little concerned with not having
Drill.
a whole lot of dudes on drill, but I understand keeping some in reserve to also drop on drill later and hopefully link up.
I know it makes me nervous as well. But
That's true.
what do you think? 1/9/3. Is that okay?
Arnhem's going to be a tough fight, though. Drill, at least with drill, I feel confident that we could play conservatively. We could say that we land and we're attacking 3 sectors, but as long as we get 1 and can reinforce them later, I think we'll be okay.
Okay.
You do have 4 respawn waves to attack 3 different objectives. So I mean, it's not the end of the world.
Did you mean Tiger tank map? Or just tier?
Yeah, it's top tier tank.
Okay.
It's god tier tank.
He's saying that if they get tanks across, it's going to be a mega problem.
Yep.
Okay, and theoretically, we could move the AT battalion from Arnhem over to drill.
If we own the linking sector.
Right.
But if that also means if we're dropping north on Arnhem, we would have to own the South Bridge as well.
Wonder if we should swap out one of these Royal Engineers for another AT column, huh?
I
Yeah,
don't
we
know
got a
about
secondary landing.
committing both of the guns to one regiment that might get wiped. On a drop, and I don't.
Oh, we
know.
can still build more with the Logi. All right. Bruh! What do you think about that, Crescent? If we
That we could just
purchase a
purchase
couple more.
AT guns. I would love to purchase AT guns. Purchase all of the AT guns.
Got it. Why? Yeah, they can have how many tanks available at once? And I'm not like I'm just curious why only 2 AT guns active at once.
$12 AT guns at once.
Yeah, we've never even talked about limits of AT guns. I don't think. I don't think we ever discussed it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It never came
So
up.
the
on either of
purpose,
those.
so that might be subject to change, but for the purpose of testing tonight, only 2, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we've ever really discussed what Logi can do.
They can
Okay.
follow their dreams.
Yep.
Limitless. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
then we'll...
You know what? Let's just never discuss it and let Tinner do whatever he wants.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, cool. Well, we'll plan on maybe beefing up AT there on Drell then, because I think we all agree that the last thing we need on our side is tanks if they're not already there.
One thing to, and I don't want to just hammer it too much, but if we're dropping this guy, because you're talking about setting this guy up with the second AT, if we drop this guy in the south and we hold it, and we're dropping and we give him both AT guns. If we drop the other regiments here with no AT guns, that's a problem because they're going to attack with armor up here.
Well, we can still drop them with AT guns. We could potentially purchase another.
Yeah, we could
right.
We just have to make sure that, you know, if we get cut off in a situation and they hit this with armor and we don't have a good hold on this bridge, we don't want to completely lose our ass.
Yeah, so actually looking at this map and learning from what happened last time, okay? So we had an entire division drop on C. Assault response, we had 1 AT gun that was free, and then we had enough supplies to build 2 AT guns, right? What happened we slowed up on the bridge, right, SC. They got a foothold on the other side of the bridge, and we only built 1 AT gun, which was destroyed, and then they built 4 mortars, which was not the plan at all. So then we were down another AT gun, and we only had the 1 AT gun that got exploded, and we had no defense against all of their half tracks on the other side of the road, right? So I guess what I'm getting at with this is the only time we're dropping on C is probably if we're damn close to securing D, you know, with our AT guns and stuff, because if we do drop on C with no AT at all, like you said, those tanks, they're just going to push right through whoever's on C, even if it was an entire division, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks from that. That was shit. You thought with 60 rounds of HE, 60 rounds of smoke, 2 AT guns that should have been built, fucking 5 MSPs, whatever it was, that we would have made it across that bridge, but it was overconfidence. Yeah. So, oh, Well, the good thing is our reserve division does have an AT gun attached, luckily.
Okay. So we don't want to commit both of them here if the plan is to eventually drop somewhere else.
Right, exactly.
Okay. So my vote is I'm okay with this. I was just raising concern with these numbers, but I'm okay with this setup if we want to continue.
Okay. Any other concerns on any other points in the map? I know Nijmegen is a big question mark, but any other weak spots in the plan so far that we can see? All right. If not, then let's get to time of day. Let's start in the north here. And why don't we start on drill as well? So they're pair dropping. I know that a lot of people are they have their opinions about the night maps. I do believe that that's being tweaked. Right, Burn? Okay. And test them out? Okay. Okay. So with that in mind, don't be too scared of dropping at night. But we do need to figure out what we want to do with the first. See if we want to drop in it. I think if we don't know what's going on, it might be wise to drop in at night, just because, like Crescent said earlier, the visibility factor. They might hear the planes, but they might not see where we drop. So let's expound on that and let's work this out. What are our thoughts of a particular time of day? And if you want to go into what we're capturing, if you think that's important to figure out the time of day, then let's do that as well.
I think splitting the map is a good move. I think, other people can feel free to say no, splitting the map is dumb. It's just, in my eyes, it's more of a question of how do we slice the map? Is it BEF? Is it BEG? Is it AF? Is it, AH? Well, AH isn't really splitting it, but...
Well, you just said it right there. A and F. So if we did H, A, and F, well, I mean, that would just be taking one side of the map. Never mind.
Yeah. AF would split it. We might get H for free if they don't have an MSP over there, so we wouldn't actually end up splitting it.
Okay. So if we look at the strong points of the map, it's definitely Bridgehead D. It's definitely B. What would be the third strongest point on the map to defend?
To defend, A is probably the easiest to defend. H is also very solid.
Okay. The reason why I say that is because now that they're more aware that bridges are the objective, I'm almost certain they're going to not make that mistake twice, because there was nobody in these sectors basically except for the 10 or the squad that we faced in C. We just basically shot a beacon off for them to travel over and capture the other side of the bridge. So with that in mind, they might not prioritize A as much as we think they would, right? Just based off of the last test match. So you're saying A is the easiest to defend and one of the hardest to attack besides the bridgehead?
I think so, just because there's a lot of open fields here and around here. There's a couple churches that offer good visibility, and then there's a lot of buildings to dig into. So bad approaches plus hard cover makes it pretty easy to defend. This crossroads is kind of in the middle of the open. This crossroads has some decent cover. This crossroads is really open in the north. It's got kind of crappy cover all around. The woods are kind of okay. D on paper is pretty good because it's an elevated position, but if you can definitely pin down forces that are trying to hold D itself.
Okay.
G, you can hold either side of the road, but not both because you can see this from miles away.
It's a tunnel.
Yeah, there's a tunnel right here, but you can basically stack up your guys on either the west or the east side. Sorry, I'm going in too depth. We got to get through this for every fucking map.
Yeah, I mean, but it's good to at least touch upon it, so we're well aware. Oh, sorry. God bless our souls then. Oh my gosh.
That's true, but then it also means that there's no point in dropping another day. If we own the southern bridgehead, we don't have to worry about dropping on C. So, I mean, we could make a move like FED, or we could just try to take D, or we could just try to take like D, or whatever it is. But then I don't know what the point is in having another, like having a later drop in reserve elsewhere if our main priority from the get go is taking that bridge.
Yeah. Okay, to counter this, you can put your division regiment into a dug-in mode, which can lose AP points.
Yeah, he's talking to Byrne about, do you get any benefit from owning a territory over multiple days?
Yeah, I like that he used dug-in like it's Company of Heroes. Nice. So, Crescent, you're concerned if we take F, E, and D of the point of dropping on C?
So we're holding some paras back to do a future air landing. That's at least the goal. If we aim for, I don't even care what the other points are, or if we even choose other points. If D is the main objective day one, or sorry, turn one, day one, then I guess we could do a future air landing at A or at H or F or wherever else. But it seems like if D's the main thing, then might want to go all in.
Okay. Well, actually, thinking about that, it actually might be wise to make D the main objective, because if we dropped, I know this was a point of contention when we did the test, because the concern was now that we got the pair drops, Byrne, we can drop in Sector D, correct? Yeah. Right. What if we dropped onto D proper from there? And I mean, our goal could be D and E, because you said we have to choose up to 3, right? 3 sectors.
So if we pick 3 and then we have enough quote unquote MSPs but these would be C-47s to paratroop out of, could we initially drop on D as one of the LZs, one of the 5 or one of the however many, and then after we've taken D, switch landing zones as our second landing zone to start landing on B? Is that doable?
Yeah.
Right. And then we use MSPs.
Yeah. So we could pick different landing zones within the same initial sector.
Yeah, in D, right.
Okay. Understood.
We could land in the forest, we could land, in the fields, we could land right on the damn near next to the bridge.
Yeah,
right?
just drop 40 dudes right on top of the bridge. Let's go.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So the admin might just go, "Oh, whoops," and then the C-47 is wildly off target.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. Yeah, that is important.
Well, I mean, how unlucky can we be to?
Very, very, Sarge. The dice don't like me. You need to understand. This.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, for the sake of tonight, let's just plan on dropping on D. And where do we want to try and cut this damn map in half? E and F?
We'll be really split and very open to a counterattack serving us at E, and then they split us up, and it's kind of fucked. That's the like aggressive, let's go, let's do it option. Conservatively, maybe DBE for like a stronger position where we would have better ability to centralize where MSPs are and shit like that.
Okay.
Yeah, better.
DBE
DBE would be easier to hold. DEF is the more aggressive if we think we're going to win.
Okay. I think if we control D, B, and E, that would be a damn strong foothold. Okay. Any objections to that? Oh. DBG. This popped into my head. The reason, or DB. Oh, okay. I thought he said CDG. Okay. Got it. DBE is good as well. Why don't we just roll with that for now? Okay. How do you want? Oh, okay. Perfect.
With initial landing on D.
Oh.
Oh, someone. Oh yeah, like reloads the previous state. Gotcha.
Does the order, because they're close together, does the order matter?
Yeah.
Okay, then let's
Beyond
do.
the first one.
Yeah, let's do D, B, and E, right? In that order? Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, he thought you flipped the table, Burn. Okay. Good luck, Hindrell, boys. Okay, next, let's figure out Arnhem.
And are we going with
Oh, shit.
C-47s or are we going with gliders?
Well, first of all, did we agree at night on Drell?
We did not set a time of day.
Okay.
Visibility, if it's clear weather with a slightly brighter night on Driel, visibility might be pretty good because it's a lot of like open fields broken up a little bit by small woods.
I think if we're guaranteed visibility and at night, we might want to go for it. The thing is, I don't know how dark will be. I assume it's going to be fine, but damn.
True.
Okay, let's just go with night. God bless him. Schlieffen. One of them will have to purchase that extra AT gun, correct?
Well, we aren't anticipating. Oh, you're talking about in the future? Yeah, we would need munitions for that.
Wait, so you didn't want to drop day one drill with that extra AT gun?
No. When we purchase the AT gun, that AT gun is only valid for the next battle. Is that correct, Burn? Or is
No,
that
that'll drop with it.
yes? Okay, yeah, that part was the question I was getting at. I don't anticipate us facing armor on the initial drop, so we would have access to the guns, but I wouldn't purchase an extra gun and I wouldn't build a gun. Well, we would want fuel anyway because to initiate an attack, it's 1 fuel. So we need to drop with some fuel regardless.
Okay. So up to how many fuel and how many munitions? Okay. And we'll lose those if we lose these guys, right?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay. So why don't we do that then? We'll take the max. They got to hold out for a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, like you said, we can actually airdrop them more supplies by a cost of supplies, right? But you also said if we drop these boys without that purchased AT gun, we will be able to purchase it in the next battle.
No. So we need to
I think that
drop.
answered it, yeah.
We need to drop with the attachment, but we don't have to buy it yet until we are facing.
Perfect. That was the question. Okay, perfect. Okay, so Drell's figured it out. Let's move back to Arnhem. Now, you had some concerns with Arnhem off the bat, Crescent, right?
No. Sorry, I was just asking if we're doing gliders or if we're doing C-47s because we have the glider infantry. I think we said glider.
Burn, if the gliders are helming it, it would be gliders, right? Like spawning them? Okay, cool. All right. What do we anticipate here? Good old Arnhem. Okay, so same thing. Easy to get stuck in Sector A, right? We might advise dropping you guys right into the thick of it on the north side of the bridge because there's so much real estate. And worst case scenario, well, we were planning on going on the north anyways, right? Yeah, because if we needed to get more troops north of Drell or Oosterbeek, that would be our way through, right? Okay, so gliders. Any suggestions on what you want to do here? This is going to be your show.
You're the boss.
Oh boy.
I put my faith in the Midwest boomer. God bless him.
Oh boy.
That corn-fed brain cells.
Okay. Well, I would definitely encourage you to think about what you want to do with your boys, but I mean, if you're just looking for some orders, then I'm sure we could dish some out for you.
Yes, obviously that would be nice.
That was an invitation for picking up your bootstraps, God damn it. All right. Well, let's drop you in B and let's plan on capturing at least B and C.
There we go. I can work with that.
For burn, we'll plan on B, C, and D. But our actual objective will probably be B and C, depending on how good they do. Ah, shit. Oh, okay.
We have to bond
Okay.
and
So
social
then,
them?
Okay, so then with that important information, it might be wise to take C first for just the more option for the gliders to drop. Because if we're dropping into C, right, we have that west, north, and east side to drop, right?
Looks that way.
Yeah. Okay. What were you saying, Kurtz?
Nothing.
I was just
Oh,
gonna say C, B, and E because that's just the most.
Accessible.
Yeah, and also the north side of C is really open. Hell, even the east side of C is super open.
Okay. And you could drop to the west of C as well. So you would be able to work up that train line if you wanted.
Yeah.
Do you want to drop them with any engineers? Or no?
Yeah, what have we got for attachments on them right now? Oh, okay. So they only have the Commander RD and AT guns, huh?
Yeah, no Logi. Well, they only have one Logi available. So.
Okay. Well, the question is, if they dropped with the Logi, what would they do with it?
Sorry, for subsequent
Oh,
days,
gotcha.
they would be able to use logistics.
Okay, so maybe not an application on the first day, but maybe on the second.
But we would want it attached when it comes up, and if armor starts trying to take on them.
Okay.
Maybe put down some tank traps or something.
All right. YOLO. We'll attach that then. Okay, so then we're planning on C first, B second, and E third if we're having a party. Right. Got it. What time of day would you guys be most comfortable crashing?
I guess I don't mind nighttime, to be honest. I'd prefer to avoid nighttime if we could. So, any daytime hour.
You're saying you would avoid night or avoid day?
I'd avoid nighttime.
You're mostly fighting west to east, so if there's, I guess,
Oh, sunset?
yeah, sunset might be the best.
Yeah, because the sun will be in their eyes, hopefully.
Well, that does that mean we'll be like the last thing of the day, or towards the end of it?
It does mean it. So they could, I mean, obviously on day one, they can't initiate an attack on you because you're not there yet, right?
True.
So, I mean, the attack would be you guys coming in. So, yeah, you'd kind of have.
Wow.
Do we want to give sunset a try then?
Beautiful sunset crash. Let's do it.
All right.
You just tell your boys you're taking them for a sunset stroll in Arnhem.
All right. The Germans will just be finishing making their tea, huh? All right. That's figured. Let's go to the Polish, or actually, let's go to Nijmegen. Let's figure that big bitch out.
We land somewhere, we attack somewhere, and the time of day is sometime. I think we can move on.
Very nice. Okay, what are the sectors on this? Nice. So the industrial west side, the urban east side, and then the south side. Oh, and we're getting nice. Damn.
Is it me or does it look like a dude that's walking?
Well, I can't select it. Because I don't have the ability to remove the labels. I was going to try to replace those with legible letters.
Nice.
Oh, okay. Oh, those were the
kinda-
objectives are. Okay.
Yeah, I see an E and a C and a
Yeah,
C
I thought
and
you
an
went
I.
with B, C,
and an
A.
L.
I was like a B or an L, and I was like, okay.
Very nice.
I thought you had to. Okay.
Well, I think we've used all 3 hours at this point.
Yep.
Yeah,
Nice.
2.5.
Yep.
2.5.
Well, we had a lot of questions, and we learned a lot of good information.
Mhm.
So much lag. Oh my god.
I can't wait to see the real planning meetings.
So, Bern, how does this work? Are you going to give us basically what happens after we're done planning here, or is that going to be a different day? Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, shit. So it's not admin, it's actually their plan too? Oh, okay. Damn, I was
Uh-oh.
excited there for a second.
Yeah, I was too. Makes sense though. We don't want to basically play the campaign to death before we get to the campaign. And then, like
Yeah.
day one, we're just like, all right,
Yeah.
we've planned
We already
against
know what
this
you're gonna
German
do.
team like 7 times already. We know exactly how they're going to play it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be fun or as fun. Right?
Yeah, let's hope Bern didn't set up a plan that's identical to yours earlier today when the Germans had theirs. It was identical. T. Okay, that looks pretty good. No, we'll make E tiny. Will it be along that road?
The way that Arnhem split,
That. Oh, that's a canal there. Oh gosh.
the way that Arnhem split. I mean, I don't know to what scale it's not going to be 1-to-1 scale, right? Or is it going to be 1-to-1? Then these.
It's pretty big.
It's
So
big.
I mean, so for example, Arnhem, you see how like big B is and how big D is and how big C is and how many buildings and like city blocks there are. Compare that to Nijmegen, and then these regions are like huge. And so, okay. So I was just thinking if we're kind of using the same way that you divide it, like maybe, and this is just commentary on the future because this is work in progress stuff. I understand that, but like this makes sense. But maybe like this being
Gee.
split off and this being split off, and then you know, and then like G is kind of more of the outskirts, that kind of thing.
Like, I think his question is, can you fit Arnhem in G?
You can kind of fit Arnhem in G, and Arnhem is 3 sectors, and this is all 1 sector here. That's kind of what I was getting at. Yeah. Yeah. That's yeah. I get it. Just commentary on it.
Cool. So that's what we're working with. All right. So which part of the clusterfuck do you want to take first? Oh my god. This is a map no one knows anything about, so I don't think we need to spend a terrible amount of time on this one because there's so many unknowns. Okay. Well, the whole purpose of putting the 101st here was to cut off reinforcements to Reichswald. So maybe we should focus on doing that. So with those sectors, we have D, G, and E to work with. E is a bridgehead. D is a very industrial part, and G looks like maybe a combination. Or is it still very urban in G?
Suburbs, perhaps a suburban area.
Right.
With some intermingling of the environments. It's not all. Yeah. So it looks like the north side of G is probably going to be pretty easy to hold.
Mm.
The
Okay.
southern part's probably going to be a little bit
Tougher to
harder,
enter.
but yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe we.
Can they drop to the northeast of G and E?
Oh damn.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
So the problem is, you said typically it wouldn't make sense to drop right on a city, right? But we're kind of gonna have to with these sectors, huh? Mm-hmm. Will you allow us to drop in the city for this, though?
It's like it's more for the gliders mainly. Like the gliders can't land in the urban environments, but paratroopers was kind of still kind of like. "Well,
Okay.
Sounds like a quitter's attitude.
I mean, you could be my guest and drive a fucking glider into the Church of
No,
Arnhem if you want.
No, they stuck gliders with sticks coming out of the ground. Like I got it. I got it.
Okay. I think we should go for the bridgehead first. It does make me nervous that there's such a dense city to the left of that or to the west of that. But if anything, if we hold E, I mean, we're immediately cutting off reinforcements to the north. And we at least have some foothold if we do not move anywhere day one from E. We at least have a foothold to, cut the supply lines off from that particular bridge and perhaps start to work on the other sectors on subsequent days.
I gotta say that I think you're underestimating. Imagine this. Okay, we're playing an event. We own E, and we have to attack either D or G, right?
Real quick, let's all say bye to Scott. He's got to head off.
See you,
Bye,
Scott.
Give me my YouTube money, Scott. You fucker.
I was gonna say, just imagine we're playing an event. We're the allies. We're on E. We have to attack either D or G. Just looking at that, I would be like, well, I don't really want to play this event. You're telling me we have to start kind of in a lightly urban area, and then everywhere that we attack is a bunch of buildings they can shoot out of from second and third story windows? Like, that's going to be hell.
So you're thinking going for the urban area proper first.
Or maybe C first or something. Just, I at least with how this is laid out, E is a little too small and too open for my liking. I don't doubt that we could take it, but advancing from E and being limited in our options there, as well as thinking about, if we're defending it, where do we place the MSPs? Place them in the canal. Well, it's going to be a rough time if we get bogged down in E, is all I'm saying.
Quick question, Burn. If we own D, let's say we drop on D and we own that, and then we have to move to E, right? All the fighting needs to be done on E, right? Like we couldn't keep troops in D as well, or could we? Yeah. Okay, that answers my question. Right. Okay. Right.
Yo, I have a crazy idea.
Go for it.
CFA.
CFA?
Yep.
Okay. Hold that thought for 1 second. So, Crescent, in our first plan, the D and E, we could have held our MSPs on the line or even in D still to supply E. And with the division, it would be, assault spawns. So just keep that in the back of your head, too. That's why I asked him with that, just to make sure. Potentially, we could have some of the team on the south of D trying to make sure that they're covering whoever's assigned to take E, right? Not saying we should do that, but again, just tactically exploring that. Now, Thornton, which order? A, C, F, or F, C, A?
CFA.
He's saying C, if it land at C, take C, head south to F, take F, and then double back and take A. We don't have to proceed in a linear line just as long as everything's connected.
And then, we're still at least controlling one side of the city and one bridge.
I like that strategy, though, because at that point, there's probably a low chance that they have any MSP on the north side of the bridge. So the north crossing after C and F might be really easy.
My main concern with doing that is that there's nothing blocking this corridor at all. And if they have armor stationed here, they didn't in real life, but I'm assuming they can plan to have a number of things in Reichswald, otherwise it wouldn't be really included.
Okay, think about this though. If we did successfully take F, C, and A, right, or C, F, and A, on the other side, on the subsequent day, we could take B, right, and stop there. You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, you could drop on the north side of the bridge. Whole division.
Entire core.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So we could only do that particular strat if the core division, the core HQ was here.
Mhm.
Ah. What if we left one regiment in reserve?
Then we wouldn't have assault spawns.
Yeah, but that's. I really hope we. God damn. That's a lot of fucking spawning. I should never plan on doing that.
True, but assault spawns are so nice. Let's be honest.
And here's another idea: C, D, then E. Cut off that corridor there. Split the.
I think we've all thought about C, D, and E, but
I mean, you are
Fuck.
Paras, so the urban environment
yeah,
is
true.
easier for you to hold if you take it.
Damn. Well, these won't be gliders. These will be 101st, right?
They'll have a glider regiment.
Oh, they will. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 327th. Got it.
Remind me, Bern, did you put the 3 Grenadier squad in the loadout? Or is it. Okay.
Oh my god.
Strategically, I think just with strategy in mind, not tactics, not how it would actually be to fight. I think the best thing to do would be FGE because F blocks any movement to and from
boy.
Grave. G blocks any movement to and from Reichswald. And then E is the bridgehead. And that also puts us in a really good position to hit D later. And we can still hit B and we can still hit C. But if we do CDE, they can still go here, which is a problem. Okay. If we hit FCA, they can still go here, which is a problem. So I think the only one that allows us to cut them off and bottle Reichswald is FG. Is at least FG.
That is a very good point. That's an efficient play with an entire division. It's going to be a fucking slog with how large those areas are.
Yeah.
Nightmaker's gonna fucking suck.
and day one's probably your best opportunity to have the least resistance in Nijmegen too. So
F, G, and E, I got a good feeling about it. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm sold.
God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So F might be kind of similar to how this is. It would be
so
like
basically, yeah, just cut C, D, and E in half and put F and G on the bottom of them.
Yeah, this bottom urban area, and then E would still be the bridgehead. So this would still be valid as like kind of the general look of it. Okay.
It would still be the same amount of objectives. It would just be placed differently.
All right, starting in F, moving to G, and then finishing off in E.
We could an alternative is land at G and then do FE kind of like you were saying before with CFA. By doing that, we might they know ahead of time 10 minutes ahead or 10-minute staging phase.
They know it. Yeah, they learn at the start of the staging phase where you're going.
Would they know G? Say we were landing at G. Would they know G or would they know GFE?
They would learn them all at the same time, which is
So,
right
but they would know where we're going.
They wouldn't. All they would know is that there's a fight in Nijmegen.
In G. Yeah. Oh, okay.
No, they wouldn't even know in G until the staging phase. Yeah.
Okay, so they would be told where we're going eventually. So we wouldn't really be able to fake them out fully.
But I think that's kind of something that we need to discuss. Do they know the exact order that you go in?
That's true.
But what if they don't? Anyways, well, no. No, what I mean is, if it was just a regiment, then they wouldn't have the amount. It doesn't matter. But the same goes for us, right? So if they attack us, we'll find out the order that they're attacking, right?
So you said that they have a choice of counterattack. We have to hold it for a set amount of time before it counts as captured.
Uncontested.
They can either
Gotcha.
counterattack or consolidate.
Gotcha.
So if it's longer than 5 minutes, they're probably counterattacking.
Yeah.
If we're sure that the area is secure.
Okay, so we could do FGE. We could go GFE. If the bottom of the map is here, landing at the outskirts of G in a glider or Paras might be okay. Glider, no. If it's not, then landing at F, future F, and moving this way might be better than trying to land something in here. You know what I'm saying? Because like this is not what would be done. This would be done out down to here, so we would be looking at this being the fighting area. Landing here makes sense. Landing here sounds like hell.
Wait,
And
are you
landing
talking
here is
CDE or FGE?
He's talking FGE.
I'm talking FGE, but I'm talking FGE on day one with this much of the map.
Yeah. Well, you don't know exactly what it's not going to be exactly this.
Okay.
So imagine that this is all like empty, unfinished map.
Mhm.
Okay, but that there's like that is what Byrne was saying that this might look like on day one. Like this will get finished eventually, but on day one, this might be what the map looks like. So we're still doing FGE, but the question of where do we land in and what order, G now looks like hell. Here it looks great.
Right, but this is only for the test tonight.
Yeah, I think you're getting too in depth.
Which is okay, but for the sake of tonight,
you're right. You're right.
let's just plan on what we see here, right?
Okay. Yeah. Then FGE, GFE, GEF, it's all good.
Okay. So I'm leaning more towards dropping into G first. The reason why is because if we drop into F first and they own E, which they'd be stupid not to own the bridgeheads, they will have a significant force already at E, right? And then basically, well, let's just say for an example, they control C, D, and E, right? If we drop into G, then at least we'll have the opportunity to take G, and then if that's where we're held, that's all right because we can go to F or E on a different day. But if we're at F and we have to work our way to G, like they're just constantly moving forces over to E, and E will be damn near impossible to take, right? I mean, am I making sense with that?
Yes.
So even though it sucks to think that they'll be able to shoot at us from D, there's a lot of real estate on G, right? So I mean there's a lot of buildings in between. I think they'd have to be closer to us than we think in order to attack us from D. So I think that initial thought, or go ahead.
No, I was going to say I agree with G at the beginning because that bottles Reichswald as long as we can guarantee that we take it. So I think that that's still solid. I think that G first is a solid move.
Okay, so then G, F, and E. Let's go with that.
Okay. And then time of day.
Okay, well, urban warfare, probably going to want some light, huh?
I mean, we did tests in the dark, and it's like knife fighting, but worse.
I mean, they'll probably. I mean, how wild are you going with the lights in here on Nijmegen?
Like the streetlight.
Holy shit! I don't know what he. Fucking, it's gonna be guaranteed clear. Fuck it. Let's.
So
Okay.
I do want to point out something though, is that in the testing that we did, and I'm thinking of the Carentan Ranger Raid event that we did. Street lights, great outside lighting. Third floor of a building, even if it's next to street lights, you can't see shit. So do keep that in mind. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, like you couldn't see the wall next to you in those buildings.
It was true nighttime.
It was true.
After staring at a light for 4 hours and then going out into the dark.
Yeah.
No advantage with the sunset necessarily.
Sunrise, nope, never mind.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be... Well, no. G, F, and then... Well, your E attack would be rough.
Yeah.
Well, E's more of a northerly.
That's true. You would be going north more than east.
So Dawn and Nijmegen?
Dawn might work. Or you could just do day.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. Let's go night.
Night.
All right, executive high command decision. We're doing nighttime.
That way we can all drop at the same time.
I know why you're doing it.
Arnhem's at dusk.
Oh yeah, that's right. Also, did we figure out supplies for Arnhem?
We're
Just
doing
take
it.
the
We're doing
maximum.
it. We're doing it.
Got it. Let's do it.
Yep. Yep.
Charge it to the card. Okay. Okay, so then we'll take the max, obviously, for Nijmegen as well. Any need to purchase anything else for Nijmegen? Looks like if they're smart, they wouldn't let tanks, or at least big tanks, anywhere near here. Probably a recon vehicle might be able to do some damage, but this looks like a nightmare. So probably good on not having AT there, or at least at first. Well, I mean, they'll be dropping with AT, but probably won't have to worry about tanks for a little bit. Let me look at the list of things we can purchase. And that's going to be in the allied platoons, correct? Night. Yep. So hopefully they hear that Arnhem's being attacked and they'll pull their troops off of Nijmegen.
If we could simulate that on the board, that would
That'd
be
be
really
awesome.
cool. But we can't.
Well,
Damn.
sorry, I missed it. Were you guys talking about that happening historically?
Did it happen historically? Because
Yeah,
we were joking about it.
So they were two SS Panzer or second SS Panzer Corps, whatever, I can't remember the name. They were stationed up here almost entirely, and the first unit that could mobilize, they were like, "Oh no, there's a bunch of landings everywhere. We got to check on Nijmegen because no one is there." And so they mobilized some armored cars to quickly go from Arnhem to Nijmegen because they were the fastest ones that could get together. So those armored cars went, barely missing the British 2 para that saw them leave and then took the bridge. And then they get to Nijmegen. 82nd Airborne is fucking off over here. They go, no one's at Nijmegen. They go back and the paras kill them.
Damn.
That's the.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I think that's there it is. Holy shit. What are we going to do with all that?
What? And
Hold Nijmegen.
Holy shitballs. Now, while we have that supplies there, that's what we'll use to purchase things to assist us in the battle there, right? Or will, if we wanted to purchase something to go into Nijmegen, would that just come out of the pool, or do we have to have those munitions on the map to use them? Got it. Got it. Holy shit. Okay. Now, well, quick question. On the stuff, just for like this test purpose, does it make sense to really get into like purchasing medics and extra riflemen? Like, how in depth is this going to be?
that would probably be the tactical decision making, like in the lead up to that battle. Not at that level, I don't think. But
Okay. But we don't have to for the sake of this, right? Okay. So then let's go ahead. Oh, we can pair drop it later. Okay. So if we know 30 core is going to make it there, we can pair drop fuel until they get there, right? Did I cut out? Oh.
no,
if we can pair drop that fuel later if 30 core is getting closer to Nijmegen, right? So they can pick up the fuel from there. Okay, yeah. What I'm saying is, day one we take Nijmegen or whatever we wanted, right? And later on in the campaign, 30 core gets to Nijmegen, but may need some more fuel to get to the next map. We can pair drop that fuel for 30 core to use on Nijmegen, correct? Okay. Understood. Okay, so
Do we
okay.
have all of this fuel? Okay, yeah, no, 8's fine. We have
All right.
like 170 in reserve right now. Eight
That was going to be my next question. Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so we already got the attachments worked out. That's good to go. Let's go to grave map. All right, same formula. Let's start with what we think are strong points and weak points. So right off the bat, what jumps out to you that is a tough area to take?
Bridge.
Yeah. What's the second worst on this map? I'm thinking probably the city, huh?
Yeah, D's in kind of a weird spot with those crossroads.
Mhm.
That's actually that's pretty easy to defend as long as you hold up in some of these buildings.
So you're right, okay. But maybe we can pass it, right? Maybe we could do potentially like a C, B, and A and not
Yeah.
even have to deal with that fucking town.
Right.
At least not at first. And then on subsequent days we could go in there and clear it out if we deemed it necessary. But out of all the bridges, do we agree that this is probably one of the easier bridges in the game to take? One, because of the underbridge, two, because of the pontoon bridges, and three, because of the infantry bridges to the north, right? Oh, they don't have 30 core to build it for them. Damn. What about the Logi attachment that drops with them? Will they be able to build it?
Can they? Yeah,
could
can
use
they?
this
Can they
truck.
get an? Can they get an airdrop of inflatable boats?
Hey, purchase. Damn.
I just want to do a Robert Redford scene of him just saying "Hail Mary, full of grace,"
You can
crossing
just
the
get
river
Sully
now.
to swim across. Get out of here.
That would be wild.
Little yacht party, AEF yacht party.
Oh, yeah.
One of the events is just
Ship it.
evacuating all the fucking Brits out of Oosterbeek.
Hey, there are boats in the game. We just got to get them to work, right? Don't put that bug in our heads.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
just make the north side of Nijmegen and a bunch of boats, and it could be Dunkirk evacuating.
Well, the great thing is, if we take either A, B, or C. Oh, yeah, we'd be actually, if we took B, we'd be cutting the map off altogether. But I suppose they could
That's true,
use
for the
A
north.
to go through D. Okay, they could do that. Okay, so I like the sectors C, B, and A, but like, how do we feel a logical order of that would be?
Oh, we're on Grave.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, right off the bat, it seems like B would be a nice one to start with, right? And then from there, yeah, I mean, bridge battle on C, and then
Is this just the independent, the Polish?
yeah, it's only them.
Take one side and and hold.
I can pinch them.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's tough to plan with the smaller groups, isn't it? Okay. How do we feel about that? C? I think that's probably the most
Yeah.
logical option. All right, so we'll drop them in C, and hopefully they can hold that. What's the max we can send them off with, musicians and fuel wise? Okay, got it.
Especially if you secure F on Nijmegen, that means
No
C
shit.
is very secure, so that the only thing that's attacking the Polish is from B, if anything,
Yeah.
ever.
So they just got to hold that goddamn bridge.
Hold the goddamn bridge.
Okay, and now the next question is the time of day. I don't. Who is in control of that regiment, anyways, or brigade? Let's see here. Yeah. Right. That's what we would have to do, right? If we're taking C first. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think what you have is fine. Hmm. Okay, let's do sunrise. Because then oh damn, the sun will be in their eyes to the west. Nice. If it's sunrise. Okay. Cool.
So is that 2 night drops so far and a sunrise? What's
2 night
Arnhem?
drops, 1 dusk, and this one guy will be dusk as well.
So Arnhem's and later on.
No. You said sunrise.
There's a
Dawn.
difference?
Dusk is sunset.
Yeah, dusk is the sun's in the west. Sunrise is dawn.
Yep. Okay, sunrise. My bad. I flipped that around.
It's okay. It's getting late.
It is. Okay.
So all you got left is 30 core?
Yep.
Just suggesting the objectives and paying and spending your fuel and munitions on him. And time
Okay.
of day.
Take the what is the max fuel for in munitions for these guys?
See,
See, that's crazy, huh? Right. But we have 2 other divisions waiting behind them, huh?
Yep.
Holy shit balls.
We also of this we have to figure out which is the primary unit that's hitting Vegel.
Say that one more time.
We need to figure out which regiment is spearheading the attack on Vegel.
Oh shit.
Which it's not a huge consideration. It's just we do have to pick one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, I don't know. 4 days to get everything on the field? I don't know. It's halfway through. Is that wrong? Is that necessarily a bad thing? Oh, yeah. Okay. I get what you're saying. All right. Yeah, we'll go 3. Still a shitload.
Okay. Does anybody have knowledge of these divisions and what they're capable of?
This looks like it has a bunch of tanks. This looks like it doesn't, but has some other stuff. It's got some tanks, and this is infantry, but it does have some whatever this
Recon elements. Okay.
Staghounds. Yeah.
We're
So
just
the
gonna
8th
have to
Armored
wing
Brigade
this.
and the 5th Guards Armored are essentially the same,
Okay.
except for different. Yeah, they don't have
Attachments?
Staghounds. Wait, what is the difference? Rather than 400.
Well, if I hover over a different part of it, it gives me. Okay. Oh, because the turret is the turret a separate object? How does it?
No.
Oh, weird.
Oh no, it's just you have to sit it for a bit.
Yeah, you just have to sit on
Oh.
it. So your order of battle is probably going to give you most of the information that you need on these guys. There's not a difference between the 32nd Guards Armored and the other infantry brigades, is there? I was going to say, yeah.
Was it Brengan carriers or something?
Is this where we'll see half tracks?
I was going to say,
I assume none of the pairs will get half tracks though, will they?
no.
Damn it! They didn't
They get-
figure out how to drop those bitches.
I think they get Jeeps though, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Burn, how much money do I have to pay you to make a locust drop?
Wait, do we
Ooh.
have them having?
I
like,
was thinking that too, but they were used in June. I was like, oh, didn't they airland though? And I was like, oh fuck, that was a different operation.
Are we
Yeah.
going to let them have those Jeeps that have the Vickers guns on them? The pairs? Are those attached at all?
Those suck. In the
Oh,
Only if we get ones with fucking 30s or 50s on them. I don't
30s or
want to
50s.
Vickers.
We
Dude,
can
well,
do
you
that.
got to talk to Gelter, and I think
down the
Gelter,
wall for
but see, Gelter's problems might be solved with the armor update because
Yeah.
because the turrets on tanks at least are not separate objects anymore.
Okay, if we make you a
After
deal,
the, yeah.
if Gelter's able to get those working, would you include them in the campaign?
I think he's kind of dependent.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yep, I think I agree with those numbers. Or that number.
All right, let's just go up on a leg here. Let's do the fifth guard as the
Spearhead.
main spearhead. Yep.
Are these the attachments on them? 3 Logi, 8 Staghounds, and a
Mhm.
RT? I was
Up to 4,
I was
right?
giving them shit for what was under them.
Well, I divvied it up in text and Allied HQ of what roughly seems correct, but so there's something to work off of if you want to.
Oh, so no Staghounds. Okay, interesting. They already get
You don't want to.
4 anyways. Yeah.
Well,
don't wanna
it
go
comes
for
with 4, so
You don't want to use the Welsh, or is that like what's? Yeah. Hold on.
oh, I missed
your
I
armored
missed
cars
Tommy
to
Guns, yeah.
Yeah, because then you get more armor overall.
All right.
Or it's distributed more. rather than it's only attached to your armored brigades.
Okay. That's all we
DAB.
need. Here we go.
Fucking dumbass.
Look, it's a joke and a real suggestion.
Okay.
We dab
Lot
on
of
German.
bridge.
He said something about DNA.
I think with the amount of days we have and the amount of firepower we have, I think it is definitely good to split it first with the knowledge that we will eventually break through. I mean, 1, 2, 3 divisions have to pass through here, right? I mean, we could say Hail Mary and try and capture 3 really ambitious sectors, but
I
we
think
might be able to
I
cut
think
them
what-
first.
Yeah, I think what you're saying makes sense to secure a route first rather than just
Bleed 'em.
securing the bridges.
Yeah,
Because a ton of things are going to move through here. You just got to start getting them going.
right.
I would say that the initial move is whether it's AD or DA. That the third one is E, because that seems easier to take with armor, and D and A for that cutoff, because both of those are accessible from Hertingabush.
God, there might not be anybody there either. I mean, maybe. What would they have available to? What were you going to say, Brian? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you only have about 3 opportunities to get stopped on a map with 30 core. Otherwise, you have to be moving
Understood.
a map a day, basically.
Okay, that's very good information. A, B, and C. How do we feel about that?
Armor in an urban environment, it sucks.
Okay.
This is why I was going to suggest for the first day do DEF, and then second day ABC.
Boom. I think
Yeah,
that's a great.
DEF is definitely the easier of the bridges to hit. We stage closer. There's a lot less cover on the other side if we're using armor, although there are less good approaches to it. But there's also a secondary crossing at the factory right there. Yeah.
That's just a footbridge.
It is just a footbridge, but I'm saying like we do have a secondary crossing to try to get around that rail bridge.
Oh,
So
gotcha.
I think DEF is good because D's, in my opinion, a little bit of an easier bridge to hit with armor support. E is open, which lends itself towards our armor, and then F is an urban environment, but it's way better than going DEC or ABC or whatever. An alternative would be AGH, just to get a connection to Velmolin, but I think DEF is pretty solid.
Let's do DEF. And we attack in the morning,
We attack
Right,
at dawn.
right? Because it'll be. Hold on. I'm going to fuck this
the
up again.
first phase is night.
It's unfortunate it's not DTF.
You just got to think of each day starts at night phase.
Okay. So with that,
It goes night, dawn, day, dusk.
so we're going to want to attack at dusk because it will be setting to the west. Okay.
Oh, so you want to start them later than interesting.
Yep.
Very interesting.
All right.
I don't know. I think that's kind of an interesting. Okay, so will we do it? Or that's the thing, though, is this is an admin question. Most likely, the EU guys are going to be playing first because they play the Friday. This is 98% chance only an EU match on Vegel day one because it's 30 core versus yeah. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Right. It doesn't really matter
So
what order.
so then this is kind of a general question. So if we have an event and let's say it's 6 guards versus whoever it is on the EU side that they're up against, does that mean that other members of their sides can't attend those events? It's only the people
They can. It's just the scheduling of it because the EU guys would be earlier in the day,
they get
and it only that question only really applies to the first weekend because we wanted to do Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and that Friday match is guaranteed to be an EU match at like 3 in the afternoon Eastern time.
gotcha. Okay.
So that's the only situation that is really going to matter. Really going to matter. Because every other subsequent match weekend is only going to be Saturday and Sunday, at max Sunday. There might be weekends where it's only on Saturday. Might be.
Nice.
Yep. At the same time. Yep.
All right.
Between
Okay.
4 admins. Woohoo.
But does that also mean that we might be seeing like 20v20 matches instead of 4?
No, they're going to be full servers. Hopefully. Reserves. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's the thing, though, is if there's shortages on a match, wouldn't we want the reserve guys to know things, their command staff, or at least know strategies if they have to fill in, or would they just have to fall in under the commanders of the match, and they'd have to just get like really last second info, which kind of sucks. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Now I'm kind
Okay.
of thinking like, what if first RB and OSS have to fight at the same time? That's too. No offense to any other units here. We have largest turnouts.
So much offense taken. How dare you? No.
Like
Yeah.
Boo, go to hell.
that seems like the strongest chance to be short on numbers for one of those servers.
Mhm.
Because OSS, I don't see us getting higher than 20 every time. Ah,
Bada
gotcha.
boom.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true.
Okay. So, what is the max? Or we are going with the max, right? With munitions and supplies for these
Sure.
guys. Okay. Yep. Okay. Let me see here. So, the 2 and the 4 and the 4, that's for fuel, right? On the map. Okay. How much fuel would it take to get to Nijmegen? 3 more?
No, it would be. Well,
Oh,
Because it's so that the cost of moving this whole armor division is 3, and then you multiply it by this number. So 6, 12, 12.
and a total of 30. Okay, so do we want to make sure they have enough supplies to get okay.
Well, we still have trucks that can resupply it as long as we have a route open.
That's right. Duh. For free or nice. Okay, we'll and then the munitions, that's only really there for us to spend on extra fun stuff, right? Or are we losing munitions per battle or got it.
I would say toss the numbers out here. 20 fuel, 10 munitions. When they split up 30 core it's the 5th guards continues on. They take like 16 of the fuel
Mhm.
and 6 of the munitions, and then the independent brigades that are left get the remainder, which would be now I don't even remember what it was. 4 fuel between them, and then like 4 munitions between them. So whole
Okay.
and that's fine because when we move up another division, then they're also, I'm assuming, going to get 30, but maybe not.
Yeah, and supply trucks will get to them way faster than
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that
anyone
idea.
else.
And
So
if
you
they
said
need to be resupplied, we can just take it off of these
Mhm.
divisions as they pass through.
Yeah, so you babe. All right, so you were saying 24 and 6? Or what were you saying?
No, 20 and 10.
20 and 10. Got it.
And then when 30 Corps leaves the independent brigades and you split the supplies between them, 16 fuel and 6 munitions.
Got it. Let's do that.
4 and 4.
I think that's a wise plan, especially since they're gonna our trucks will be pulling right through there to resupply. Oh, I hope the Polish do a right and grab, huh?
It's a big risk.
Well, if they don't, we can
Big
blame
risk.
them for the failure of the entire operation.
Yeah, that's a lot of
Oh,
fucking.
sweet. Take the blame off of OSS. Great.
Hey,
Who
Who is the
has-
Polish?
Yeah.
Is
it
it
was RB, I believe. He said Zeke.
Zeke?
He's a good dude. Sure, he'll
Russia.
I am always down to blame RB.
Oh my
Nice.
God. No, there's a very high possibility with the unknown of Nijmegen that OSS might kick some ass.
I'm just gonna say, I'm really excited that OSS is the ones that get to be the guinea pigs on Nijmegen
Oh my
in
God.
this situation.
Okay, so what do we have left? Okay, let's see here. So just looking at what we have to spend on, we have things
4
like
and 2.
commander assets, logi supplies, more riflemen, medic, recon
Well,
site.
and
Right,
you
right,
won't, and your arty is going to start fully supplied, so you don't have to use munitions to supply it for the first day.
So because we have the commander, we'll only have 15, right? Or will we have the full 6?
You'll have the full thing. Yeah,
Holy fucker. Holy shit.
exactly.
That's great. Okay.
Where's this information?
This is in the Allied loadouts. Or, sorry, go ahead.
We did it that way because what's the point of deploying artillery that has a
Yeah,
limited
nothing
amount
with
of artillery. Yeah, rounds. Yeah.
I don't see allied loadouts.
Yeah,
Does
it's a
it say-
document.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha.
Come on, man. It's the first thing.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Well, no, I actually had that open, but I was looking when you said I was looking for channel.
So if you scroll down under, so if you're looking at what the
I see.
parachute brigades get, yeah.
Parachute brigades. Yep. So if you scroll all the way down, then it shows what we can buy for that particular group of dudes.
Group of duties.
And the only thing that really sticks out to me is potentially a medic. Medics, medicinal supplies. Will emplaced guns be ready? Like, will that be fixed for the allies
Probably
for the campaign?
not for day one.
Yeah. Okay, so then if we throw some supplies at Logi, potentially once we secure D, we can throw up some defensive emplacements up on the bridge. Oh, duh. Okay. Yep. One defending.
So
Thank
what's broken about the emplaced allied guns?
you. You can't
Oh,
place.
good. Oh,
Oh, good.
oh, good.
All right. So definitely one medic. So that'll be one. And I have 4 munitions to spend. Okay. And that has to last, right? For them to hold out here, right?
I'm sorry.
No.
No, you get 30.
Nice.
Free. Yep.
Got it. But so let's say for one battle we buy the medical supplies.
That'd be smart.
That'll only be for that battle. We'll lose it the next battle, right?
Correct.
Can we buy that twice? Okay. Gotcha.
Fuck. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Okay, for the first battle, let's do. Oh, and we're on drill, right? Okay. There we go. I keep seeing 2 drill. There we are. hmm Yeah. Let's do 1 recon flight of the area. Let's do 1 rifleman with ammo. Okay. Let's do 1 supply jeep. Okay. And then let's do 4 jeeps, light transport. Let's leave it at that. No medic on the first day.
We are hitting the BDE area. I don't know if we really need 4 jeeps. If we were hitting one of the longer ones, then probably yeah, just for timing. But these are definitely within walking distance.
Okay, good point. Okay, well then we'll refund the jeeps, and I think we'll keep it at that because there's a lot of unknowns with that one. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. without the Jeeps. Makes a good point. It'd make more sense if they would be retroactive. Okay, so that one's good. Okay.
Sorry for this taking longer than the Axis did, Burn. We had a lot of questions.
Oh yeah.
We're also cooler and have a higher IQ.
I don't know about
Whoa.
that one.
More thinking going on.
I mean, cooler. Yeah, I'll take that. Higher IQ.
Definitely.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. You can just screenshot that
Unbelievable.
and throw that in Allied HQ for our recon.
Yeah. Could you just do that for
Man,
me real quick?
I love sending up a little recon flight and getting the entire battle plan of the enemy.
That'd be nice. While we wait, we can play a little chess game, huh?
Ooh, invite me? Wait, Sarge, I don't even think we're friends on Steam.
What?
I don't even think we are.
Really?
Nope.
What kind of fucking Animal House are you running over there?
Apparently.
Yeah, the CO and the XO of OSS aren't even friends on Steam.
So the government can't get you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
You have to be higher than XO. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we run it like a mafia guy over. We run it like the mafia over here.
that's insane because me and Kurtz are divorced.
All off the
Oh.
fucking books.
Well, it's been fun staring at this map for 4 hours, but I'm gonna go eat dinner now.
Probably not a bad idea.
Alright. We'll let you know how it goes, Kurt.
Bon voyage. I'll bring leftovers back for the boys.
Wooga wooga.
There, one. Boom.
Oh my gosh.
No, while we're at it, are you even friends with me, Sarge?
I don't believe I am.
Sarge, we're real friends.
Thornton, I'm
now.
scared to go into our DMs because I'm pretty sure we left it pretty crazy last time.
Uh,
Oh my god!
Burn is now playing AFMG campaign Axis.
Ugh. Yeah.
oh yeah, this is what we left it off. on.
Yeah. That's what we left it at. Well, there's my friend code. Oh my,
Look,
I almost forgot about that. That's disgusting.
I mean, look, all the officer corps has seen it. Everyone, all of the allies have seen it. I think.
Sarge, did you even accept it? Did you
I
even
did.
accept
I
it?
thought so.
Are you not online?
See?
Ah, see, you're not on. You haven't been online for 3 weeks, apparently. That's funny.
There it is. Fuck yeah.
Invite me to play chess. Let's see who the real strategic genius is. I'm terrible at chess.
Better yet, we should just join a public chess game. Just barge in.
Just flip the table
Flip
and
the
leave.
table and leave. Yeah, I was just thinking that. Man.
It's a pretty lonely feature in Steam is that invite anyone to play button.
Yeah.
Just be like, literally anybody, please be my friend. Have you guys ever wanted to know how to create a character sheet for Tabletop Simulator?
A character sheet
what?
for what?
In Tabletop Simulator?
Oh.
I don't think you can.
This is a guide to use live character sheets in TTS. This tutorial uses 3.5. However, I'm sure, SHURE, I know how to play Shure.
Those are the people that will be running the country in 20 years.
Yep.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Whoa.
I
Hey.
resent that comment. That assumes that we're going to be running anything in 20 years.
Good point. It'll be celebrities.
What? My name is Tech Sergeant Thornton.
Oh my gosh, I see
Or
what
N
people were
or
doing
something.
this whole time. That's hilarious.
Is with the N. Wait, what do you mean?
I love what you guys were doing the whole time. Oh, that's so funny.
What?
Fucking 193 guys.
Oh, I was just down in the corner doodling most
Doodling the
of
whole time.
because I was like, I got
I
all my
didn't see
orders,
it
and I was
until
like, it's
now.
like I was like in class again. I was just down there doodling, trying not to fall
Thornton
asleep.
was here. That's great.
Ian,
Rip.
Oh yeah, and
you have joined.
I'm never online.
User joined your channel.
Haha, yes.
Can you guys hear me?
I never really
Yeah.
used TeamSpeak.
Oh, I've been
to be
talking to
honest.
myself the last hour and a half.
Nice.
Sick.
No way.
Just kidding.
No way.
No, I've been listening. I'm hungover. Big heavy weekend.
Oh, good
Ooh.
to know.
Ooh.
But I have food now and I'm feeling alive. Let's plan. Let's plan.
I don't know if anyone's ever done this joke before about hangovers, but what are you hanging over?
I'm gonna shoot you one.
But he's gonna make the perfect dad one day.
You're right. Artem, no fight. Look at that.
You lucky sons of bitches. Okay,
Get fucked.
hold on.
Success.
You said it really fast. What happened, Andrel? Oh. Got it.
Sorry. Just so I understand what's going on. You're revealing where the Germans have placed their stuff and whether or not we're the combat or what?
He's revealing where the fights are, at least.
Ah.
He's informing us of what's going to happen so that we can make educated decisions about our munition purchases instead of us just going, I'm going to buy a ton of things and nothing happens.
Okay.
What a surprise.
Probably a division. I have a feeling. I've got a feeling.
If we could day one place a division there, that'd be rough.
Also, we caused the collapse of the first Fallschirm Jagers, hey? They're
Yeah, I
done?
saw that. They're squatties now, huh?
Yeah. Peace out, boys. See ya.
Wait, what happened?
Bunch of losers.
I
Nobody
guess
would
they
play with them.
I guess they Falskrim jogged on over to squad, am I right?
Really working on those dad jokes.
They started messaging random people in our unit to see who would organize a
Oh,
scrimmage.
Jump ship.
okay.
Yeah.
It was just bizarre.
Oh, you're waiting for us
No,
to
you're not.
figure it out on iMegan? Oh,
You should-
okay.
You should have just
We got
gotten
16.
a bag of trail mix next to your PC, just like me. There you go. There's dinner.
All right. So looking under Parachute Infantry
taquitos.
Regiment. Got it.
Medics. Medics.
Medics. Well, weren't we lead? Oh. Well, did we even choose? Okay, 101st.
Wait,
Did
yeah,
we
how
even
many minutes
choose
did I get?
who was going to be the main leading? Okay.
Yeah.
We
Now, even if it doesn't, so are you saying it doesn't matter who leads? We can still buy munitions from whoever's there. Oh, okay. So we got to figure that out.
So the way I have it set up is kind of like, and we can feel free to attach whatever the hell we want, but it was anti-tank gun and RT on this guy, RD on this guy, RD on this guy, RD and Logi on this guy. I mean, we could just all stack it on one and they always lead.
They
Yeah,
only
that's
ever
how I
get
have it.
one. They only ever get one use of medical supplies. That sucks.
What?
Well, it
Per
said
battle?
it looks like
I
it's a
thought you
one-use thing. Yeah, I thought you said it was a one-use thing. However many times.
Yeah,
you
that's how
listed.
we understood it.
No. It's,
Cool.
Oh, so okay.
Good to know.
Per battle.
No, got
But
it.
they can, but they can have that over the whole campaign. That never goes away. They can
It
always use.
does
that
go away
in-
per.
in any
Oh,
battle.
okay. I see what you're
Yeah. In subsequent battles, you'll be able to use them again. Yeah, you have the option to use them again. Yeah, I thought you changed something there on me. I was like, well, I don't remember that being so.
Okay, let's throw Easy Company at the Wolves. Boom.
All right, we're getting rid of winners right off the start. Not a bad idea, honestly.
that's no AT, no
Fucking
engineers,
hate
just RD unless you want to swap that around.
But
Let's
don't
swap that
actually
around.
let's just clarify. I don't hate the real life dick winners. I hate winners from Easy Company.
Yeah.
And again, that sounded like I said the same thing
He
over
should.
again.
He
but
doesn't deserve that name.
Dick win. Yeah, it did. It's kind of
No, winners from Easy Company.
Yeah.
Discord. He's a
Yes.
fucking bitch.
yes.
What do we want to attach to this?
He's a dev. I hate it. I hate this.
So let's throw some Commander already at him. Do we think there's going to be tanks here?
Oh yeah.
There's going to be destructible buildings. So
You think there's going to be tanks in the most urban map that's going to be in post?
I wouldn't drop us with AT guns, but maybe bring some Piats in case there's armored cars.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay. I mean, there could be tanks, but I'm just like weighing what's more possible versus what's probably least possible.
You don't think they're gonna put tanks on the far end of a bridge so that we have to cross it against their armor? You don't think they
We're
do
not
that?
even. I don't believe
they're not trying to cross it.
they're not trying to cross yet.
No, I know, but they could just set them up there.
That's true.
If I was a Deutschman, I would be putting my tanks up on the bridges and just holding one side
Just shooting
the whole
over.
game.
Well, let's see. Our plan on that was to. They're not even the only part that they're going to be able to shoot at us is 3, and we don't is Sector E, and we don't really anticipate even taking Sector E.
Well,
Okay.
here's the thing.
It's a nice to have.
This is something I really want to make sure. Can the Germans have their armor just sitting, say, on A, and they can try to like basically use them like artillery and shoot into F?
To have to be really keen on to be able to do that. There's a
Well,
lot of buildings in
and
between.
how the hell are the Allies supposed to be able to take that out if they can't even go
But
to
how
the
are they
other
supposed
sectors
to
that they're not
really?
attacking?
rein that fire in without a, you know.
That's what Commander Artie is for.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is you can't get it. You can't even bring observers towards the bridge or towards the river to see where they're at because they can't go into those zones.
Well, he's bringing up the whole like what would happen to Post if you added in indirect Artie, like the big guns, and he's saying like technically the Germans could use indirect Artie by just putting tanks really far away and then shooting past where they can see.
Don't get me wrong; it would be really hard. It would be really hard and probably ineffective. It's just if it turned out to be effective, it seems like a design
we
flaw
would
in
not
the
have a
campaign
counter
itself for them to be not even be able to counter armor at all
I mean, we could throw.
during a match.
We will have Commander Artie, but again, I don't think tanks on A and B, if they have tanks there, I don't
Probably
think they
not.
can be much of an issue because even if we are fighting in F and G, it's going to be very hard for them to be effective on our infantry. We can purchase Piats or bazookas, whatever's available to this division, in case if there are recon cars. And then once we get up to E, you know, again, it's going to still be hard for them to shoot at us unless we're on the bridgehead proper. And again, we don't know what this geographically looks like quite yet, but I really doubt we're going to be able to take E if there is opposition in the city proper. And let's say, okay, we drop in with Easy Company leading the charge and no AT attachments. The rest of the division will have AT. So on another day, we can choose a different one to helm with AT support, right?
Yes.
So then we can deal with the armor then.
I kind of have a counter to what you said. So wouldn't that go both ways then? Because if you're trying to simulate that they can't go into these other sectors because that's other platoons, that means that part of one platoon, the German platoon that's down in the south, has a part that's on the north side of the bridge with their armor. So they're split. They're splitting their platoon. So that seems like a completely unfair gaming mechanic, in my opinion.
One way
Because you're basically saying that the Allies can't split their platoon, but the Germans can in that situation. They can, but 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 physically they can't split their platoon because they're stuck in one sector attacking another one. They can't go through D and C to get to F. But the Germans can have a platoon down in F that can go that can have tanks up in A or B or C or D or E, and they're all right. I don't. We're going to be speaking in circles. So
I think what one's getting at is, and this is maybe a suggestion for a potential resolution, is that you can only deploy in sectors that are adjacent to those that are active. So if it's going to be G, F, and E, then you can deploy in, C, E, D, A, B, B, E, D, C, and F, and G, right? But not A specifically, because that doesn't border any of these. Does that make sense, Juan, or am I making it more complicated?
I mean, in that case, I would think B wouldn't be available either because you have that natural barrier of the bridge.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. but I mean, I don't know. It just seems a little one-sided. But and
I brought
that-
up the tank thing on the bridges because I was like, okay, if I had tanks here, I would put the infantry in the town, and I would put the tanks on the far side of the bridges so that they could shoot across and then be further back from the front line and only used if they are really pushing the bridge proper, either the A or B bridge.
Okay.
I don't. Maybe they'd figure out indirect fire with the tanks. I doubt that's going to be used. Also, we only
Well,
get
think-
3 of them.
Also, another thing to keep in mind with this particular setup, D itself is 1 kilometer
true,
in itself. Like,
true.
it's
but-
not going to work.
Yeah.
They're not going to
But
indirect
okay,
fire.
so maybe the indirect fire with the tanks is a bad example, but they could set mortars up there that you can't get to destroy. You
So
can't
what
take out the mortars.
actually, what is the max on the German mortars? I don't think. I think they might be out of range. They'd be out of range. They'd have to put those mortars right on the fucking beach, and that is something we could deal with potentially.
All right. As much as I enjoyed this, and as much as I enjoyed doodling down there in the corner, I'm gonna have to go. Because my brain is fried.
Okay, see you later,
I have
Thornton.
no more brain cells to contribute.
Okay.
See you, buddy.
Thank you, Thornton.
Goodbye.
Okay, so for the sake of time, let's just stick with let's figure out our munitions for this. And Schlieffen, what you're suggesting makes a lot of sense, but with the first day attack, I don't think it's going to be a big deal. For the reasons I've already listed. If they had tanks on A and B, there's no way that they would be useful to. First of all,
Oh, I agree with you. F and G, not to worry. Even D and C and E to some extent.
yeah, to some extent. C and E, they'd probably be the most effective across. And if we get to E, that's great, but we're not even planning on it. We're really planning on at least getting G on this particular mission. So, okay, so let's get the munitions figured out ASAP. Okay, so somebody mentioned AT. Let's see if that's available. No. Okay. Well, what we can do is add 3 grenadiers. That might be some defense against recon vehicles. So let's go for it. 3 grenadiers. And how many do we have to spend on this again? A lot. Okay. So 1 on the grenadiers, 1 on the medics. Okay. 3 SMGs or bars. 3 SMGs or M1s. 1
Oh god.
admin. What? Oh god.
I'm imagining just the Germans are like, all right, we know what we're gonna do, and then we just come in and was like, just eat like 9 Thompsons to the face in urban combat.
Admin
Preparing.
flyover.
Preparing for event feedback. Like once
Yes.
again, the close
Yeah.
range disadvantage is really stifling.
I hate Car 98Ks in urban combat.
Should have picked a different country.
Nice. Nice.
You want to be an Axis unit so bad? Why did you pick?
You could have picked Italy.
Yeah, nice. That's a really good rebuttal. Okay, we'll have full RD support, right? Okay, so did you hear the admin flyover? Okay. Interesting. We can do up to 3 admin flyovers per battle? Okay. And then 3 riflemen with ammo. And I really think that's That's probably going to do it for that first initial attack. Any other supplies you guys could recommend? I think that will round it off, but any concerns?
With how big it is, Jeeps might be an option, but we're already spending a bunch of munitions on things, and I don't think that they would be critical, just that they might be useful.
Bada boom. But enough to get important people around. Okay. We'll set it at that. What's next? Okay. Crescent, tap into your ability to see into the future, and let me know if you think there are going to be tanks.
Sorry, I was using my brain to realize that why can't we spend munitions to buy more radios because we only get 2 radios? Because I was thinking, could we upgrade the Jeeps into command Jeeps so they would have radios and we could use those? But then I noticed we only get 2 radios, and I was like, we might really want more radios than just 2.
Whoa.
Gotcha. Okay.
Handy walkies, please. I'll model it. I promise. You bastard.
All right. Ooh. Similar to Ranger Raid, is it that anybody who's next to a command vehicle that has radio, could they get access to the radio channel? Or is it only whoever would be crewing that vehicle? Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So for this, we're going to be looking under the parachute brigade, right? Okay.
Okay, so what was your original question? Look into the future to see what?
If there's going to be any armor going against these guys.
At Grave?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking hope not.
Hope not as in there will be, or hope not?
No,
as
I hope that there will not be armor because it's just one poor regiment going in. I don't know the rules. I mean, very intentionally so, and I'm not asking to know them, but I don't know the rules about Axis placement. For them to have armor at Grave would be like, we wouldn't, even if you gave us extra Piats, even if we brought AT guns, we would only really be able to hold C if we took it. If they have armor on Grave, we just say we hold at C. It doesn't even really matter what we have.
Yeah, we're planning on just holding C with that small group.
Gotcha. I mean, we could add Piats because you're asking us for munitions, but honestly, if they have armor, we're in a really bad situation, regardless.
Okay, let me take a look here. Do they drop with AT? Let me scoot over here. Yes, they do. Okay, so let's purchase one more AT gun, which is also effective against infantry across a bridge, we found out.
Has to purchase a gun. It's not listed. Unless it is
one.
Gotcha. Okay.
Again, effective against infantry. Let's add. Oh, how many do I have to spend here again? I'm sorry. Okay. Let's go for the 2 Piats as well. Okay. So now. They have Commander Artie as well. Okay. So that's fully loaded.
No, we would have to purchase it to be able to use it, right?
Nope. Fully loaded.
Gotcha. Okay. So this is purchasing extra.
Well, we couldn't purchase any extra because it would be the full amount, right, Bern? Only
Yeah.
allowed for 60. Right.
Gotcha.
So total of 60 rounds and 30 rounds of smoke, right? Oh, 20 smoke. Gotcha. Okay, so the only other thing I can think of is maybe medical supplies. Because all the rest, I mean, we could do riflemen with ammo and medic and leave the other 2 supplies, or we could leave the 3 supplies, not knowing how long they're going to have to hold here. We could just go with the medic.
I mean, you can bring the medics in Nijmegen or Driel, and I think Grave just fighting over C itself and not any other point. Realistically, I mean, if we can take it, it'd be awesome. But if we only just really try to take C, I don't think we necessarily need an extra medic.
Okay, the platoon will come with a medic, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
I meant like an extra.
Okay. Okay, well then let's just load the fuckers up with ammo. Let's do 3 riflemen, extra riflemen with ammo. And we could do a flyover, see what they're up against. I guess that wouldn't do us any good if we've already decided what they're flying with. Let's add one more 3 riflemen with ammo, and we'll call that one settled.
So 6 riflemen with ammo and
2 Piats and AT gun.
Gotcha.
And we'll have 2 AT guns, technically. 1 free, 1. And perfect. How hard do we want to hit them, Crescent?
I mean, we definitely really don't want to get bogged down. Let me see what we can purchase. Armor Brigade. Recon flight would be good.
Okay, we'll add that.
Oh, did you, Bern, did you figure out repair stations? I saw like a comment someone had made about repair stations. Okay. Gotcha. And we let's see what we get to be honest.
Look at those half tracks. Oh boy.
We get the M5 half tracks, but they don't have MGs.
Yeah, the with 50 cal. Yep.
No, not the purchase ones. The ones that we start up with. Oh, okay. I guess we could buy extra in case they get blown up, but we don't.
Okay.
Need it.
Let's add 2. Let's add 2 half tracks with 50 cals, so 2 munitions there.
Okay, so we got 1 flyover.
4 half tracks
with 50 cal.
Mm-hmm. Let's add 3 riflemen with ammo. And damn, 4 Bren carriers for 1 munition point? What do you think?
I mean,
With the Vickers on it?
Yeah, but Bren carriers they have awful visibility, both for the driver and the gunner.
Yeah, but it offers some sort of protection for small
It's true.
flanking. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we could just have so much lead flying over them with all of the MGs running that they're constantly pinned.
Okay, Brent.
I actually here's what I'm thinking. I think instead of the Bren carriers, having the extra grenadiers to just lob explosives over, because our biggest issue is going to be that first bridge crossing on the rail bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Having grenadiers to be able to just lob some stuff over will be really nice.
Okay, let's go 4 Bren carriers and 3 grenadiers. So 2 more points there. Let's really overwhelm them. I'm sorry, Crescent. We're just gonna stomp them. So what are we at for points so far? How many did we spend?
Yeah, so we have 6.
It's a lot of firepower. Okay, and then is there one more thing that you would like to add to that, Crescent?
Maybe the medic, but I think it's fine as is.
Okay, because they'll have supplies coming the very next day.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, let's go for it. We'll keep it at that. Oh boy. Okay. Ow. All right.
So all the
What do you have for the Axis? Okay. The Axis have enough for assault? Jeez. I think they're fucked. No. No. I don't know why they took everything off of there. They could have had assault respawns on that. Why did they do that? I don't really understand why they did the whole. I mean, I do, but I also don't. It could have. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oof. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that's a big fight. Right. Yeah. But did they go GFE or GEF? Okay. How did they manage 7 respawn waves with False Maker? Jesus. Jeez, I didn't even know they could field that many False Maker. I thought they were just tiny little units. Yeah. Oh. After the getting fucked in drill. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. um sorry, how many you said 175? Um with 7, yeah, with 7, yeah. Yeah, that makes more sense if it's only 7. Oh my god. Well, that's the thing though, is can they well, okay, so they start what, 10 guys on C, right? Or do they? Because it's a paradrop, so they get 10 guys. The Germans get 10 guys to start on the first point. Do they have an MSP up there? Great. Because well, yeah, right. Right. So I would think it would be pretty low casualty, but it does set up the rest of the days to be kind of shit for those guys. Okay. Right. The Germans had assault. All right. Well, it depends on where those flat guns would be. If those flat guns were in good positions, it'd be a slaughter. But, or at least that's just my opinion. I mean, they're probably easy. Yeah, they're easy targets. Yeah. Are you saying they just get D? Okay, all three. Yeah, 200. 200 is probably just if yeah. 200 makes sense. They only lose 2 tanks? That's pretty. It's pretty efficient against Panzer Grenadiers. Oh, well, they still get Panzerfausts, right? Even though they complained about them not being effective, they were pretty fucking effective in that match. I guess it kind of depends on which ones they field, but I mean, like if they just do Shermans, like probably 4 or 5, but if it's like a Churchill and an armored car that's playing really fucking smart, maybe only about 2 or 3. Yeah, I'd say 4. With the amount of casualty count, I would think that the tank casualties would be a little higher than. Because how many did they lose on that grave match? They lost like 3 or 4. Yeah. I guess that's not the end of the world. 30 casualties. It does. Yeah, that's fine.
This better be good.
Yeah, we were
Run
getting
till
deep in
everyone
conversation.
dies, we lose. Okay.
Okay. And while you're doing that, does that mean they can re-parachute again, or do they?
No, they're at 30 core staging now.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
That's good. Okay. 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 Haha, okay. Fuck yeah, OSS, but we're not done yet, are we? Uh-oh.
It's pretty.
Were there tanks? Okay. Fuck yeah. All still combat effective? Nice. Yeah, because each of these regiments have, have 300 manpower, right? So 506 took 100, right? Got it. Sorry, I'm overly excited.
Yeah, if you hover over,
This is
you
like
can
3
see,
hours in the making, so I'm really excited.
if you hover over, you can see that he updated the strength on each one.
Nice. Okay. They have mechanized. Okay.
Okay.
Nice job.
Basically, they just gave us C, and we were like, okay, we'll take it.
Right now, this feels like Dungeons and Dragons at the moment.
It does. It's so cool.
How you're describing things and how they're like, oh.
I could see the half tracks across the bridge.
Yeah.
Can I smell? Can I smell them?
You can smell the gasoline fumes from their half tracks.
Yes. Perfect. Smell roll. Smell check. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
And what were they at, the 5th guards? It went from what to 300?
400.
Oh, got it.
Like two promos and two
Cheapest ones.
75 Shermans. Well, I say that because we were not anticipating armor, and those are the best infantry support tanks. So we might have fielded a Churchill, but then did it die? And then Fireflies we probably wouldn't field unless we were more positive we were fighting a tank.
Thank you, Crescent. We asked. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and Byrne created this and has looked at it for months and months, so he probably knows the best way to deploy things. And the Germans probably, I mean, they might, but they might not. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, guys. That was awesome. No shit.
Yeah, and
I mean, look
and
at
the farthest that me and Byrne have gotten in testing is did we start day 3 ever? I don't think we ever started day 3. So I mean, after day 3, it's just gonna be like, oh, I don't know what's going on.
Was it an older version of this where if Paras fail to take an objective, they take 50% losses?
No, they would have been completely eliminated. Was the old version.
Okay. Because yeah, that makes me feel a lot better about Paras.
Yep.
So, Sarge, here's my
Mhm.
analysis on what might have happened. Driel is a central location that can send an attack to any of its surrounding maps, including Nijmegen. So stationing a division there is a good idea. And so that's possibly what Axis did. I don't know if they would have placed anyone in Oosterbeek or Dorworth, or if they would have just left troops in Driel to be able to respond.
Mhm.
Nijmegen is important to hold just because of Reichswald. Grave, I was surprised that there was a significant presence at Grave, but it also makes sense because this is the bridge between North and South, and it's easiest to defend this, so it makes sense that there were forces defending Grave. Don't know about Velmolen, and then it would be natural for forces at Vagel. So that might be why we didn't see anything in Arnhem. We might not have even seen anything at Oosterbeek or Dorworth, but probably a division here, maybe a division here, maybe a division here, and then maybe just some regiments or divisions here for what they feel. Is my analysis.
Okay. Here are my thoughts. I think it was also wise how we played it, exactly how we played it, because now think about it. We know what we know from Drell from the forces that have retreated, right?
Yeah.
As much as they took for casualties, we now have another para division that can redeploy. That is huge.
Yes.
Potentially, with what we know about Drell, like you said, we might be able to deploy them to Oosterbeek with that assumption with that there might not be anything there, right? As you said. So it's kind of a catch-22 because one, it's like a testing the water thing, right?
Mhm.
If we threw a whole division there, we may have taken it, right? But now we not only have the same information we would have had with drill if we put a full division there or not, but now we also have another option, right? So it's hard to say if they would have taken it or not, but I do agree with you. Drell is probably more of a central point than we thought, at least in the sense of Burns' mind, right? I'm really actually blown away how this turned out. This is really good. We put a lot of work into it, so I'm pretty happy with the results. I was really worried about 101st taking so many casualties at their combat ineffective, but ultimately they are still effective. They're more than half for each of the regiments. So that's absolutely great. Right. Ah, that's awesome. Okay. More work for you guys, but but awesome. Okay. I was really concerned about Grave, but I'm glad that they had the firepower they did to at least take and hold C, right? Crescent?
Yeah.
Hmm. Valmoen, that's a really big question mark. But
They are going to know it at Grave, though, that there's not a whole lot of people that landed, so they might launch an early counterattack.
right, which oh,
Because we would just see it, we would be like, we're calling off the attack.
oh, exactly.
That's better.
All right.
Gotcha.
Oh. So the cool thing is we now have 1, 2, 3 paras groups in reserve right now, bro. I mean, that's awesome. Now we can take in information from what's happening on the battlefield, and now we have more options to deal with it. I'm just ecstatic that we have some more options down the road now. Okay. Anything else you wanted to say about it, Crescent?
Although we did get the information from Drill and we didn't commit to division versus division combat, this corridor being open is still, I think, a big issue. Even leaving that open for a day could be problematic. So it does make me kind of wish that we did commit a division just to try to guarantee that we hold that. At the same time, if we only got this far, that is not a very good place to hold, and we might have, end up losing lots of way more casualties just in percentage losses from eventually getting kicked off of here. So it's I just think that this corridor, I mean, both of these corridors are very important. It just sucks that we didn't take this, and I will just have to think about, is there a way we could better guarantee this without jeopardizing so much?
Okay.
I mean, maybe one of the divisions in Driel, and then one of the divisions in Dorworth or something, and then whichever one has, whichever one's better to sit in, we just move them because we'll have adjoining sectors or something, or at least try to, something like that. Just an idea.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you still have it written down? How much damage did they cause to the Force and Drill?
It was 100 plus 10% losses. So it was
For the enemy, I meant.
Oh, for the enemy, they lost 70.
Okay. Got it.
Although you could. Oh, we won't be doing. I guess for this campaign, we won't be doing. Well, we could call in force respawns, but you'd be counting the casualties from the scoreboard. So forced respawns would be
No.
not ideal.
Yeah, you would you would have to tell it. You would have to tell us if there's a glitch
What-
and you're stuck or something like that. You'd
What
have
if
to tell
you-
us.
What if you
That we
counted
can
it
fix
from the other force's kills rather than your side's deaths? Because that would count accurately.
Oh.
Well, no, that does not
Because
count
then,
equally.
yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't
friendly
count
fire wouldn't
equally.
matter
Yeah.
if we did it that way. Friendly fire wouldn't matter at all.
No, it was just in some events that we do, there's like a force respawn to get into better position with all of your resupply and everything. If you're in the middle of nowhere, kind of alone, or with a
That's
couple
not how
guys,
you're gonna have to hoof it.
yeah.
It's not. It will cost you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sarge, important takeaway. The kind of developing meta for PSRM, because there's heightened suppression, is to shoot your gun a lot. Burns' point about ammo, very important. If we're going to be shooting a lot to suppress, we need to make sure that we have the ammo. That was an issue in our campaign playtest. We did actually respawn for additional ammo because we fucking ran out. So that is something we really have to think about when we do this. Like, yes, extra medic, very important, very good, but though that ammo is need to not sleep on it, and we didn't this time. Most of the battles we did purchase ammo for, so it's good.
But we were kind of naive about it. We purchased it because we were looking for things to purchase, not because it was in our heads that we need ammo. Okay, I agree with that. Burn, I'm curious. What were your thoughts about what happened? And then Juan, what were your thoughts? Hmm. Yeah, we captured F and G. Oh, did you go to Blackout? Uh-oh.
Yeah,
We made it this far? Yeah.
Yeah.
One.
Well, this is
Okay.
when we land a bunch of paratroopers in Hertogovich. So
Juan, what did you think about it?
Yeah, the splitting up idea is really intriguing. I almost think you kind of didn't do it enough, where you could almost basically drop a regiment in the bridge maps at Grave, Nijmegen, and Arnhem, see what works. You basically just probe at them, and then whatever spot you get a foothold, you just drop everything else in the division there the next day and move on, and you hardly lose anything.
Which is hard to imagine. Oh no! You bastard. Well,
so the way that it worked,
but you don't know that.
the way that it worked in OTL.
You don't know
to be
that.
fair, the way that it worked in OTL, to be fair, the Brits landed at Oosterbeek, and then they tried moving to Arnhem, got a lot of resistance here. There was one unit that was able to come around here by the rail bridge and get to this bridge. It was one brigade that could do that. So British were not really split up, and they were all concentrated in this area. However, 82nd landed here and at Grave, and then they reinforced this, sent one, I'm not even sure if it was a full regiment to take Nijmegen Bridge. And then I forget who was here to take Grave. So they were a little split up between three locations. They also did have to secure these bridges as well, but these are not modeled in post. Velmullen is Velmullen. We don't talk about that because that map's not real. Vagel was a part of Sohn, Best, and Boxtel, and they Paris landed like here from 101st, and they went to Best and Sohn, and both of those bridges got destroyed. And then they kind of hung around Sohn for 30 Corps to meet up with them and build the bridge, and then retreated away from Best and Boxtel, and then hit Vagel, and they were spread kind of between Sohn, Vagel, and I guess a little bit towards Velmullen. So in OTL, they were split up, to be fair. At least the American Brits were all concentrated in Oosterbeek. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's not. I agree.
I think it goes the other way then. It's kind of gamey for the Germans to put one regiment in every single map just to see where you drop.
Well, that's realistic. There were tiny garrisons everywhere. It would be more unrealistic if there was an entire division at Graveburn. Yeah. Well, No,
They'd be the
no, because
Pathfinders.
it was really more of a. It was almost like in I forget which beach it was, whether it was Omaha or Utah, but it was like if it had been like a different day, like those garrisons weren't there or something like that. It was very much that because it was like, oh well, what if there was Second Panzer Corps in fucking Arnhem, and then that happened, but Allies were assuming that there were no German forces. They were told by the Dutch resistance that, hey, by the way, there's a massive Panzer Corps setting up shop in Arnhem. Be aware of that. And then the Allied commander at the time was like, "Nah, that's probably fake,"
Oh my god.
and went on with it. And that decision turned out to be very fatal for many British paratroopers.
Hey, by the way, where's the mechanic of stealing supplies from Montgomery for the Americans? Although I think Patton did that, which he is probably nowhere near here, but
No, he wasn't.
No, Patton was
No.
south of France.
that's right. But I'm pretty sure he stole supplies from probably these guys.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I'm 90%. I'm like 90% sure he stole supplies from Montgomery. I don't know which operations were running at the same time, but poor Montgomery.
Holy shit. Gelterlot got a lot of fucking ammo. We got 2 boxes full. They're all in end block clips. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.